FM.
Now you say they identify out. Now we just know dare to say Ejumadi how you and he said the Eastern region for you no. Obi nyame Isra Bosu account. Inti udana wo bompire. Abri nyina no or the na ho den chewie pa. No wadana sese wa ma onim dia utimi di yes adwuma. Because Eastern region ya one region now. Bibia obeye wo Ghana ha. So mo ji utuma obeso CD. One ji utuma wo so CD. Inti ye chia ene na say dem dey kankan na.
Oribo! Ekosiisen! On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen! On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mama obi som
This is what me at all conferences in our great Accra.
Me enjadina ba organs make say a chairman for secretary for organization me share be. But then I'm entering into the constituency. Magic what me want to say I can use 2-3 days to even campaign in the region because obi na kan asem when we petesia ye one advert da a petesia nya one advert enti minia adwuma no mabo papa before oni me no ne otimi chei na me nya regional secretary ba me nya regional secretary kada me ye adwuma across the region baby bi obefre me bia na me ba na communication ye me de enti na me ko fa agi ajepo because I love communicating. I love to talk.
Wow. Enti mema an opportunity to talk. O party delegates 8 you and because of time in Tino speak to party delegates directly. Omo ebeto aba otsena week abato no we omo to no polling station bia na
abato dey be yebeto aba no ewo tema eye waek all.
Oh, tema waek all.
Ya to be the order.
Okay.
Hona me call assistant secretary. Me call Lusu ye no. Says that time na Yakobo mtu wase. Enti na me awukaka den wo na mo kan say me call sabe ho yare me ba no mato ampa me ba ya call assistant secretary bio na me call regional secretary omo nkume me ma seso ni a wini me assistant secretary no omo ma me wini no me wini no na me san call secretary no na me ye no me communication director honorable Sabo Adams.
That's nice. Did you talk to your party delegate?
Thank you very much my brother Obi. MPP Greater Accra constituency officers are mo election mo kotoaba and omo ba be kan mesrem ejuma kese edayenim enye dadaba ana asofo ejuma obia ne bebia nyame ehye obi a politician obi osofo obi even in the politics nkra obi wo ho a na ejuma ya communication obi so research and nia ono so secretary ejuma no etuye dambo chobeka tell say a secretary is the chief organizer because you connect between the organizers and the base grounds as a chief organizer meaning ejuma pa no there are a lot I say will Greater Accra to win power mo amu ne medada many yedin e ba say obi a okunso ema constituency officers I'm the voice of the voiceless Saturday year by week muntu aba mami me regional chairman say abato no nkobio e was say yenyo obi a at least over that knowledge niama esi ya amboa ena ne eboa ya ode beboa me jiremu biom as regional secretary asa niama eko so amboa ni ade no mejire mo I sure say we will correct that to prevent those old mistakes and afi new officers so ayeto abawa omo ba be come no it is my responsibility say me assist you to ensure say niama be knowledge ni bia omo no so that they can learn fast to enable us win power from the NDC, who is doing nothing but all they are trying to do is paint the MPP black and then be MPP for two. We yet to make that brain drain make us say when all old officers are quitting or retiring, I should also do same. May you walk semi be to my thing, send a move semi year 2024. Ni 2020. In fact, 2016 I be power. Now me a constituency officer. It mean the mejuma yeah the party about power. It being at the regional level, no, I understand the dynamics in your constituencies. And yet, Opia Obabesia from the top, media mission from the cell level, ward level, police station, and Amiba constituency. I stand taller than anybody. Oti constituency for Asemasi. Me that number 1 on the ballot. Come and vote for your voice. Somebody who represents you, who will deal with you genuinely, who is an honest person and very assertive. I call white, and I call black.
My masters, Mokola. Some of you are classroom. Now, me masters or Mokola as a hawker. Debut honor, and I'm not ashamed of my background because they offer me and no coffee on it in any so me. Debut on who you from for now, bar 87 who bank over transfer chair, when your baby sing not just a so the highest certificate I made me war a theology, a diploma in theology. As someone in Amakosia, now someone in my bedroom say, me suman Tibeke, any party no, and then another dunk on any team. Yeah, power no 2016. Can me go back to Mokola and another down kwa Iresedabi, but Boamina Mihiao, and by the grace of God, many Antibeki Juma for 8 solid years as a deputy operations director under the leadership of Rebecca Nokako Akufado, the former first lady of the Republic. And Tinyama I was part, baby Confanachi, baby mother, you want your cat sword, cancer, baby, you call a book everywhere, or become decline near Koshisha form near your party, Juma. Me veteran office, no. Me first time, no, me imagine saying I'm a region, no. And I mean, my Grace a champion, the incumbent, and so you name him. Nah, Obi, yan can cry. Party nebi betu obi and fuchi nebi did be achi me mama Grace a champion or started party age 92 or ya buy you obedi di one or di anyi enti na onim bibi a minim enti abra excellence can say pep my Grace economy ba machi na Grace a champion koi na de hu kran say me be yan kramanyo samwa me de me ho be bon kran agamashi me nka me show me hu say akanfo me no atena konwa no so as a regional women's organizer and the deputy to accounts but me mama ten no Grace we need me wo ho hana by the grace of God ye bo me din say me ma be di e don frefo be di akire and
no be deputy my Grace
in the first step and ye be so mu ana under excellency office no so ye the initiatives be buy ye be terema because I want to be learning to read enti me nya akonya somma any greater Accra as a region some man baby ye in party your constituency 34 ni nyina enti mama ogrewi ni first term no and o mama deputy appointment the second term ya owie first one no so onko biem ya kona na ye report a friend say no 2024 kunu ye den enti on samra na chi enti mommy san by so beko and then I quit and I'm supporting no to we no san fa me
as a deputy
enti my second term as a deputy regional women organizer any yes and Mraswa yes or see on Kobi
you have a one step up
but
to come and replace her
as
the substantive women organizer
yes please now me bana wo me kasa now be say no say manum but you have baby omunyi na phone ni na baby girls oh under my administration do me baby girls because obi the oni mutu on ye de ni gina trempo no ati ase and aye bia fo bedi akudi fatana kono ma ye bi da So Timmy mingle with the gas. Now Timmy could do men organizer. Now from 2008, from 96 as a hawkers women's organizer, and then working with Salinia G. Blanson for 8 years, and then me Baba Sumu Mano so Mr. Sumu Emano Tiko Jaba, Keta Brajemfua who attest to it. Sama Sum Mikwa Kotia, Mia MC Pa.
Okay.
And I'm a bomb pie so as evangelist, and I'm a tune me bibia because Miss Slogan here Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ Jesus who strengthens me. And no one so be made form for middle school form for any theology diploma. I got deputy operations for 8 years. And you are dominating
police station. And I'm a constituency. Your police station 8 years. Here 2 term.
Okay.
And I'm a constituency so 12 years.
As women organizer. 12 years.
Tema Central. Tema Central. Yeah, 12 years. Me 3 term.
As a why you man da be 3 MPs no.
Yes.
So ifs the one.
Honorable Kofi Brako ifs and transforce.
Oh. And one boy Juma.
Odi Juma de wadre kra.
In the Tema Central remaining NPP seat all this while.
Yeah.
NDC Fontimin.
Debbie, and Equemu had in comment to me, Angie.
Omagitema East.
Omagitema East, Omagitema West, Akatama Central.
Central, the Munteminye. Oh, okay. Oh, and as the opposite Oba region.
Still Semba region.
And the Tema East for Asobeshi.
Oh, Jumano say a Basra, a Besha Formono because a Jumano Nima. We leader and he said they be a best of one so training, training for me, Jumano. I have a woman, it's my age money, but this sits in our back.
What is it about women organizer position name when need a Japanese?
Obi, Medasiri, medical chair with T4, and the baby with 3 dent in tiny in I do a year Asempa FM. We be a OTM Biano, and Namiakusu Usu. Freuni and Freuni and a Casamunti, Naomi. Obi, what beside some mood room? Maybe a politics no. Maybe who say. Politics no a man dear politics.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen ye Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba. Obi som Oribo Ekosiisen Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oribo Asempa FM Asempa FM Ekosiisen ye Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba. Obi som Biakuye brejo tikrom kwejino mumaye nyinamum emfa akroye Biakuye brejo tikrom kwejino mumaye nyinansom Inti mumaye ninaso obiane nasambio kana binyankoso kana bitumpono
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Safa. This is a Saba. Kafula mo. Anichaleni ko. Kelise susela. Wemaye wemodo. Safa sape. This is a Sinyama. Safa. This is a Saba. Kafula mo. Anichaleni ko. Kelise susela. Wemaye yakana.
Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Emraso said Ekosiisen Dwumadie no esan ebremobio. It's a Thursday afternoon. Wow. Good afternoon and thank you for joining us. Kedamunyana say esan mamunyana akwaba edemoba Ekosiisen so. Dwumadie twegu Asempa 94.7 FM. Enti shaden somayen na baby awo bia no I don't know how you're doing the listening. Ebi awo ben with radio, ebi awo te car mu, ebi awo office, ebi a make a wo share wo phone so wo YouTube and wo share ya the munyina ase ema munyina kama akwaba. You've made the best choice of your life today because then we have an interesting show for you coming up. Ma yena munyina asibio. All our affiliate radio stations, good afternoon. and welcome Asempa Sufo Muamuo Sekendi Takrade Uo Tikobo number 1 Uo Salaga Uo Tamale Uo Kumase Muamuo Boase Uo Kufuridia baby ayewa affiliate stations wunyinara Sunyane Akwetia Uko Jukwa Chale BBN. And these are all towns affiliate radio stations ewo yedamunyana ase emamunyana kwaba edemoba Ekosiisen so we are part of the online community so you should be watching us on YouTube live yedamwase oko myjoyonline.com ubetimi etie yen adomonline.com ubetimi etie yedamunyana ase na yemamwa kwaba. I'm excited about today's show, very excited. And it's for a simple reason. The biggest mining dialogue would happen in Accra next week, Tuesday. It's the National Mining Dialogue. The National Mining Dialogue. The National Mining Dialogue. Amazing stuff. And 18th August, Tuesday, ewe nemui yenyina yeshiemu Kempiski Gold Coast Hotel. The National Mining Dialogue 2026. Bremo. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Jumedie. And ayene Semis DS Group Limited. Akabumwa. The National Mining Dialogue. The maiden edition. Bremo. And you don't want to miss it. Admission free. Now, there would be some really good stuff happening there. And it's also your theme now, rethinking the social license to operate. Rethinking the social license to operate. Your chairperson, His Royal Majesty King Taki Taikuchru II, or your Gamanche, and or your president of the Ghana Traditional Council. You were Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic, on a special guest of honor. Your special guest, a Minister of Land and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa. And of course, yours truly, a host of this amazing event. But we've lined up some of the people who matter in the industry to come and speak to us on the various topics yibedi ho enkomo yewo panelists and so amubeba, and they will join the many panel discussions yebeye. For the speakers, no, you get to hear from lawyer Sami Jemfi, or a CEO of the Ghana Gold Board, Adjoa Ubo Biadaku Opoku, administrator of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, Isaac Andrew Stando, CEO of the Minerals Commission, Mrs. Justina Nelson, CEO of MIF, Minerals Income Investment Fund. Justina Nelson will be there. The president of the Ghana Journalist Association, Albert Kwabena Jomfo, will be there. At least when you say about mine and Honsen Samoa, journalist in Sudimu in Tintimai Yepa. The Honorable George Mrekuduka will come through, or a former Deputy Minister, Land and Natural Resources. Yewo Ohemen Kweku Amua, CEO of the Chamber of Licensed Gold Buyers in Ghana. Lawyer Bobby Bunsen, or a private legal practitioner, lead consultant, Robert Smith Law Group, will be there. Udwani Trim Ewa Takwa, for example. Udim sa Takwa mining companies be brena wo, but in Sasea mining companies no edisu juma, mechire omo concession no, esha konya biase, the Apinto Divisional Stool, inti Jase Hene, and administrator of the Apinto Divisional Stool, Dr. Nana Kwao Adakwa Bediako III, will come through. And it will be a very, very, very amazing event. You don't want to miss the National Mining Dialogue for the year 2026. And that's a beautiful picture of lawyer Bobby Banson. Wow. And admission a free Kempiski Hotel. Area Dumienu 12 p.m. Na yina ya share Ashejumedi na say it will be live on Asempa FM, live on Joy News, and live on Adum TV, all on the multi TV decoder. Enti mama yen shanen so and I know medi truja ema mo say ebia ye ka say opesa wo timu nsem ye. There is space for exhibitions. If you want to come and exhibit BB Ewo National Dialogue, yes, yeah, you can call. Oh yeah, Obia, we related to mining. If any of the mining communities in Ghana and you want to come through, but the number betuja will be free. And there is this questioner, Eba, Manfo Ebusa, oh. Na mu bedin komo afa galamsey ho a ade na mu di no won kran mu bedin komo afa galamsey ho a ade na mu di no won kran. And I think that point should be made, say enye every conversation about mining and the galamsey. No, mining is broad, because galamsey yo mo a illegal mining. There are companies in Ghana a mo ye legal mining omo so mo nsem wo ho e wo say yeka inti. This notion say every mining dialogue, every conversation around mining, galamsey, no, it is an issue. In the Abia Busa say, oh, naze galamsey and young crying ekoso and a galamsey, no, but there are policies about mining near there. The Parliament of Ghana sound common question ewa abayum panyifu na ewa inti. This is not a dialogue on illegal mining, no. I mean, you cannot say obi mebo illegal mining so cry, but it is not primarily on illegal mining. So I should theme now say the American akano rethinking the social license to operate. Mind you, say Ghana the freno local content regulation are a guide mining companies not on what they do. Inti sa local content regulation that say we a mining company now we adwuma wo Ghana and make even multinational mining companies. Ye wo Ghana for do e wasa wo form wo adwuma mu. Say management positions aye wo baby wo say Ghana for. Local content policy nature say because the mining companies no omo ewo suppliers, service providers bebre. It is a mining company omo beto fuel egu omo cars mo a omo no mu ni fuel pumps ewo adwuma mo into the subcontract in the bi o de bema goil and now the bema star oil. But first no na until say local content policy ne beba no na mining companies be omo de ma foreign OMCs and a supply omo fuel. But the local content policy no ensured say and every year sika mining companies in spending on fuel inquiry in excess of $300 million. First, then in foreign OMCs. In the mining local content policy nearby in AFE Ghanaian OMCs and as Canada. Minerals Commission LST bear 50 items beer. Some person would talk. Sa 50 items ni beer was say a Ghanaian company in the supply MO. Inti inkomo about mining broad. For example, at this mining dialogue, we are going to look at and evaluate how the multinational mining companies now are complying with the local content policy, because it is a major issue. Say a person benefit from gold na yitu hana. The critical thing was here how we implement the local content policy. Because again, imagine say a year, mining companies now spend $300 million on fuel. First, not scanning in our foreign, but see in our Ghana. Ain't the value from mining no ye benyan here because you see as I am rasa so we a mining company we benya concession. Now person we the friend contract mining. Ain't the real job of digging the ore from the ground no utu code nankasa no. So person we contract mining na e was a Ghanaian mining company they be too good no. First no the foreigners. In the Sanyo man kitting in our buama a creative value. Emma ye nyam faso do from gold na yitua hano. And you're number one. It is a kasi a national mining dialogue. Said the Macano, and you na ye galams, even though
one of the major challenges are
there is also the bit about multinational mining companies be to gold new year. Gold no ninyina omodeko amanone. Through the domestic gold purchase program no and abanye say we a multinational company e was say 20% of gold no or mine no o ton maye and ye gold ye reserve no. Is it something we can scale? It is here 20%. Ye bet me di ho nkomo na yakasa dabi. Or mining in Adin common, we think say 20% now. Mining company mo ton maye in Isha. The Yanfanko 30, Yanfanko 40. I was here dear home common. In the mining sector no issues no a dorsum. Royalties dear wo even a nansen even gold board. Unsa the conversation around gold board na kwaye or motor gold ton near the dollars na ba be boa ashore up city no and one I create a conversation around gold board. But there are so many other neoma gold board area to reform the artisanal and small scale mining sector. A lot of things are happening, and that is what this conference we would want to highlight. And we thought, sir, when we do it in Accra, because I had a policy conversations in that, because mind you, sir, time and year back, then the Ekosiisen National Dialogue here on illegal mining.
Western region.
Yeah, Western region. Yeah. Specifically on illegal mining. Into the core. We a bit broader.
The policy
and
making
more on policy, and that's why we are doing it in Accra. You know, I thought there was some of this high explanation, no. For etio.
It's there saying Yamea Doma na Uchia Yebisimuya Ebnada Edabnada Nebekosona Obi Woka Emuma was ye twins as Simusa dear no and we mining hono who's a fool dear Yunkona Walker. And near me woman no a dose or more Ghana for a near contrast stream no and we are new woman just say and near me woman no dose
until say local content regulation na mining companies no omunu ani na omu import you.
But say one
medical services at the mine no e ka we no say also wunya either a clinic and as a hospital e mine site or say the be will be pra
obey to me because some adwuma so dey ni pra
some medical services ni nyina na foreign companies and you are like in the day and make local content policy nipa ba kwa say o mine no e bona baso pa e lawyer Martin AC immediate past CEO Minerals Commission ade awaye ama o mine we no and yeah, we will not see it today. But 20 years, 30 years, 40 years down the line, Ghanaians will know. Because no, and we insist and mining company be breachy even one of the regulations. No.
You take action.
Fine our demand.
And what we say, nko atase emrane bury ye no. Or ye no open education or home and nipen yanti ase. Eti Ghanaians are no mo pese yadi ehun shembi because people didn't know says opportunities are but no ema nipa hu ye say this is opportunity, these are the opportunities if you are Ghanaian and you say omo ewo sikapuduo akese no nko eye mine ne betumi aba wo ye ya medu baby efa na no de ne manson eba ho kakre ba ku ya eba achi no o ma uhu say o beto shares kra wutumi kombi eti toda obi na madwen wo say the education or share senior starting near mano the person who is in charge now or twaso and now say yeah say because
one thing I think they should continue
because and many be obi building to a certain level now oba no wan twaso a wo ma de no etibechiri when nyina no obi na ye say or start your education no ha no me wo mo abehu na we afrem me wo contract ni bi and na ma me hu Ghana phobia na omo wo mu say Ghana phobia wo contract efa nuane ho omo afu or no people they are Ghana for enti ye hemra no wie the implementation but no dey won say atasemra no ba ye no na o see to the implementation say ube dimra no so
yes ope umpe
enti me gidi say obi dialogue ye chi no ye behu empempenso a ye de adu say ye benya Ghana fo no bi kura na ba Ghana don say bi mo ho anwuma ni bi omo mpese amanfo behu say meso meka ho meso mishim but encheche no be me hu ne ye be koso nti sa dialogue we no obi ye wo mu say galamsey de no hu hia bebe man niema bi so a yennim efa nsase mu saade etuo no ho no yatumi ehu se ade no enye the negative aspect no nko ye wo the positive way no ho no mo a se ye tumi asiesie ne enye kakra no a ye benya di mu no ewom ye benya di mu ni nyina ewom eti is very important that topic we who say free na anu nyina mi shall be an maka say ade we dey very important plan no course I mean eti obi yenye minim se ne bibia ye no a etiefo ne ahwefo omo ne ye na ye bom no this year ya mo hu mpanimfo a eba nipa ewomu and who obi a so a obi a wo part obi play ewom because ye wo chief of staff ewom ye ka gold border ye wo pani ya wo da no ewom na ebi obi bebi sa se na ba obi a de no who say ye ka ye tu no obi ya de so wom ya de wom
enti onumpo no enanana menene di nkomo no kase obi unim say ye started Mahama Cares project no unze omo ye pilot of nipa 50 bia omo tria eye surgery ema won no ka say a lot of sa 50 no omo free mining communities omo anya sa yare ye kidney also ye koye
adanse ne ye wo bi wo fie ha Erastus documentary or ye no the current one na eba no omo no etu galamsey ni bi wa tun wanya sika no wasidan oso wasidan be miensa ena owie ye so ne ye ne mate wa afi de obowo a moja okọ komfo anoche ne boy ye ne ma no a eti wo hwa Erastus ne kasa ye no jama 1 month echi okọ enu wawu sa yawe ne so ye yawe a enya yawe nketenketi o wo be hwe ye say lungs ne wo kidney ne ye yawe emu edu eti say obobi abam with the education say ne ewom say ye no ye boa with the health say ye be tua de nanso ye mpese yade ne beba ne aba be tua ho ka ne bibia
even more important here say obi ewo mining community and the whole of Ghana na wutia unze nipa bebe na so nim ya tese Mahama Cares wo ba say me yare how do I access sikani nipa bebe na and we thought say if say yare ne do only free mining areas nearby na ye a national mining dialogue it's an opportunity for them to come and talk to the Ghanaian people na say obi tie no or say ade me yare me free say
ebe link to
and no one who kwanya obefa so and that's why obobia will be
I hope say Benghazi benya videos ni be later amiya you obi e ma no a omotu awie na omo se omo hohoro ase ani we no ensuo na nnuro ni we ni nyina wom no omo ginemu ebi ginemu ma ne bededa wo mo yafunu so nyina wo
na eye praise and worship
eti sa wo hwe we enum nyina na say ono no onim the implications e bone all ye nachi onim the implications e wo hono mo
obi send me sa video no say omo eye praise and worship
ohwenwom no
omo ye Pentecost and I'm say
na ne Pentecostal churches no edwom ne omo nchemfai
and Ghana has hope say we praise his power Ghana asore be enwom na obeto they did the first obi to say enwom just we Pentecost
no hwe enwom emu edu
and the biania na Ghana for so nya abotire kaka
eti obi
omo nye Pentecost for
obi nyame adoma Tuesday de tiefo ne ahwefo no ne ye de beba no ya de a ye sonko company for and then minister we in charge of mining no so no eka ho ya
on land and natural resources
ranking member committee chairman ne omo aka ni nyina no
and MPP for also forming omo policy committees no uzo munya one committee on land and natural resources how omo so members and it would be a proper national mining dialogue meaning Mene Dominic de yenya some interesting cold bi. Menim what to say aba.
Hey bra. Meti ho nyina nza me kasa me de na hyase na no memenda aso omni mu hyehyew na hyase ana na me ne me nwanwa ne se me mu na hyehye me na ba anwumre ewu se sabri ya maba na I'm very okay be dru anwumre no nti say no me wo ti bi wo hono mu a edru anwumre na no made be kye no na ma ye okay because enuro num bebre no me nya me lai mu eti me de ne ye nsuo ne eti na menim say ye bibia aba Ghana Health Service for my yehu omo ma yehu because yenya ye kora no ha say metimi ama nipa be tena
ewa adwuma ma
ebi kura de o maka fie on say edu kumi this week na no say ontumi maaye no eti ye no maaye de ne ye yi kakra no
ba say utie me na say won feel the same thing na ma yehu because me de me ntiase
no un say obi ewo mu ana weather no sesa cold bi sa eba ba we ne de me minimum ehyehyem de na be kan ho nam say we dey say a different kakra as a different kakra nti ya na wa first aid bi a ana wo ye ni kan kra no me ma imagine say nyame ya adoma next week me ko we kakra na say wo hospital na watima check bibia na wo hu say ne ma
code we dey
ade ba kwa me trust ne Dominic ho pa no sa check up ne de mo we fufu ni wi anu akoye aguso
do tie na say suffer from this funny code any idea 0548 443 523 your WhatsApp number 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 we say Obi I am feeling the same way but I think it's the weather na weather na yede
weather no ka ho me omo amede omo hwe ye omo ye asthmatic no o say ewo mu a ye move from insutoye mu na asa ye wura pebre no mu a that change no say ye transition from say ye wo sutobre mu ye ko pebre mu no ebo send ye weather no esi eye eti edu ho no mo a wankasa no hwe ho so because obi Ghana ha yetipa se na se nwumre minim se oda esi mo ntimi na esi mo awo bi ne eti se eti enema sesa kakra nti se na esi ye enema no so na wo se yesesem kakra
obi I feel the same it's only active when I'm going to bed
papa One way ya ukwa na no me wo boys bi ofie omo call ye no mba mbe ka chem say say malaria nti ba akukra ye na meduro bi nam say masa
ona bo call so so amankwa
ebi ache no won
is it not COVID that we
oh no if I enko ho if I enko ye nuru COVID ye hwene na asisie if I nuru ho no mo
Charlie because it's some way nyame mo ayen
na ba obi ye kan we nyina no se ne aka next week Tuesday no etiefo ne ahwefo enhwe ye ni ba de ba ko a obi awie me pese meka ya chese me boso a me yam ehye me se me ti ha bibi to me ye kan brofo bi se traumatized me kai kumase santase anajo me na me sori ahoma che ko kan news ni we yam robes attack me eno ho no wo nam a na wo yam hyehyew I had to see doctors na ekoye last 2 weeks ni na me ba adwuma me tra Peace FM hono mo a we say che Peace FM hono mo a traffic lights e wo ho ansa na wa ba Eco Bank ho ye nyina e di traffic nim sei obi na me ti ya na machi gunan na sanye me sananka me mo seat belt obi na nkenye because e do be bo steer na nim na asan atwenwa ba me try mani unim ka akoro Bank of Ghana for bullion van
bullion van no
minim say ye gina wo traffic mu a ye say gina wo traffic me ka we ya besi nne de esi wo fanko so na de ne mete ye no unim ne ma me yem hye me ne say then ye konna ye ba na nyame hu ye mobo obi God has been so grateful to yen
no they see what happened
yes abobo ya wakofa mango ene kwadu ena abobo ya no se wo dan hu so oye dan yo ena ono anya accident but ono kra de se we fra to amaka aboneku no abobo ya driver no eti police ni a wo ho no mo na ehwo no se ho no ye sharp curve wo de ba sanye mu no wo de Bengazi wo videos no de ato
iri wa wutie ye no bra ne bra behwe we ofanko hefa Asempa ofanko
eti obi unse omu a ebe ni nyina na udu ho no ma udi speed na eba eti police ni na gina ene ese ma direction say udu ho no ma na aka cho say tobo akwanhia no ti ese ka kese ba ko edi animu no otumi gina no na ne odi onu achi a wo ba no e na onu di bebo we mu e na the next one di bebo mu nti saa ka yi a minka say nya akwanhia bebebe 207 ni bi
okay
eno no ni efri na chi ebebo mu no e na nipa 11 timu a nipa 11 free mu ewu ye na obi
in that is a meba o abobo ya nya accident ena police ni ewo ho all directed traffic ena ye den
the first car gina the second car no hu say we speed a wo dey ban na che say ye ubetima stop at once and as ontimi stop o
police ni gina omo at once
na sa de na si ehwo no nya ba bi a ye obi ani na say ye gina ho ye nyina wo ho eti hwe ni se enye
the car say the speed na
eba enti obi wo de se unse omo hohura firi ho
na 207 is na nyam sa na ade na ye no
na se ye se cars mienu no kan ni hemfimfini se na ye mu ano
Jesus Christ
enti obi se ye ba miminim se car na ye twi no speed limit e wo ho obi ya sa wonnam kurom ba bi anipa namo a ye wo se wo unko driving school driving school na se driver ni bi na e kire wo kai kan ye kire wo sa ne mani nyina these are basic way ya se wonnim dia na na enwo se otena kai mu
inti through sa ade we are explaining ye lose 11 of our citizens
nipa 11 omo ma so ya homachin kodwam omo a na ye reporter Jagri Boaz nchemu ode mai no wo se nipa ni bi okro mo yi omo no omo na ye twitwa omo nipa over 13 no a omo wo critical omo ma survive no ebi na ye twa miensa kra de ese ba bi omo danye enti mpa ye ne ye bo se enura nwumre no
Ghana no wonan mienu nyina akra wo ho no ene da asen
na wonan mienu no ebetwa enti obi ye
completely needless death
ye besre pa se minim kwanye befa so
a driver for ya no mo penta mo kwanye na we o ba kra wa ba wa bedru ofanko speed ya mo de kwanye
minim obi minim because mimi die say na question na mi bisa ne say enti say bullion van ana say mfa ne say ambulance kra dia ba bullion van no ba na cars bebre agina ye nyina agina traffic mu a wo say pia car wodi wanim no gina nchen no watwa mu ana say wo ye den
ena Asempa ko so ahwe o we highway akua abobo ya afo e pa ntimi enye hwe
na sa abobo ya aka no
highway ko fa so ye de
obi dia niam nkasa na efa
abobo ya no omdo all weather o
there be kabia obi kabia woni eye kabia woni eye eti abobo ya no na dwuma pa ne se hwe ahomache mu amofa N1 highway ne so no obi wonnam outer lane no so a easily ubenya accident because omaje outer lane wono mu nyina afa e na omosan so na omoba eti se wo no wo ba no wanhu omo so de obo pa omo onko nchen wa relax e no eti se wanhu ne ntem a obeko so accident ni se sia
because this abobo yadi a highway for crying out loud abobo yadi opeden wa highways
papa Henry Kote yes say wo yi o mafiri so mo anesa wo so no enti obi ye besre
wa sorry ko pe bibia bedi 11 omo just like that anyway yenya clear quine is where we and the life goes on and for be out
pa na day na make 2 weeks ago na me de ani see no me ko pie Tesano police station obi me te ho no mo be 1 na no investigator wo ho no mo ye 1 Tesano police station ho otewa otro ye statement na e na omo friend no ba ko asi wo Achimota road so o se me ba no asori no okọ oba yo se mama mpoli bag ya wo se me fa efunu no de ba wan free ho no mo ama yesi o ba ko so asi wo ave no nipa ba ko o eti mi fi wo asama m kan say anade enti na wo se Tesano police station yenya CID ba ko ya case me te ho no mo nko ano be 5 ni nyina accident o no asori no okọ no aba no asori no okọ no oba eti kwan no aye nam so no minim ye driving school no senye ye call no speed no baby a ubedu bia ni speed a wokọ no eti police for ni gina wo a normally ya ade o mo hwe ye o license we ne kakra ombisa no me gidi se o mo fa speed no nka ho se opani Alexander etie na kwaku ben ne dom o mo mfa speed limit no enka ho because ende ye jamu kura ahomache no obi sa wo so ya ahomache na wo ba wo nyina nchen a ma obi antwamu a eti sa wo free baby te se Achimota na wo sane aba kokomlemle ha na wo di speed hu a wo kwen
wa hwe car no hwe na wo sa fast service obi twitwa sane yetimi
o mu twitwa ni nyina so na nipa hye mu obi na nipa hye eti ye besre aprosifo bribia no ewo baby omudi omani hwe se speed no abeka ho eti yesre omoma omani enko ho no mo na omuso omododo kwan no ho no obi me ma omaba so
ade omadodo
omadodo efi last week nyina no menam kwan no mu a se wura no nanka omumani fua wo ba wu hu anim ba say me kwan ya me fa so ne mahu na me kan no eti Ghana Telecom ho no mo eba nyina no be hu se omado first na udu police depot ho no ma police for ndo omo de na no omaja unso omo de new recruit no ti omo de omo ho de omo do be simfimfi no ba ene no utim se omado free no ho aho nyina eba nti ye nto asosa ye ne ye beboa ye ankasa ye ho a obi ye bebo ye ho aba so se ye ne ye by drew baby so na se ntwa ye te se ne ye kan ya na omo ye o masede no o mahwe aya ka ho amaye
this abobo ya tragia conversation
and na ya wo enu nti na drew baby a obi sa legalization of okada ni we no na ama wo ye ma hyew se emra ben na ye attach to nipa na ye say we are giving the opportunity say mo meka ye transport system no because we know of cars, we know of train die ye no kra na ye hu ni akwa akosie ansa na wiem hyen aba etisi ye pese ye add to the existing one na say oh say ye be a traffic ni we nti ye mfa abobo ya meka ho un say enu minim se friend pragia na say yellow one bi na wuwura mu
enu na pragia no
ansa na we no
enu na ye Mahama Kambu se Kandu
edin de ye wo bio ko for galo Mahama Kambu wo say ye kase de no be ka ho na ye gi atum ye de mre be gi atum na ya ma emra so e wo so omudi so no e ho de ne ye ni anko ho a because they say man for patronize sa ukada no more than cars more than car minim obi imagine so obi aye ne masters no kira de no say obe try ukada ne yenti waja de kire no say sika mu make wanum no eti si yesi yaje atum na say ye de mre bebo chidomo a emra no a ye hye no de ahin na director omo so say we betumi aye we untumi nye because ye mani huni obetumi aye no nko a ye de bekum nipa ye de bebubu amanfo driving mirrors ye mani nipa ni hu so say as long as say we see wo be ye commercial adwuma say wo ya agi sika gubotom no these are the laws wo say we di so say yina traffic no so ne agina because obi who say traffic no so a omo say omo nka hu say de tu be hu na moto ni twam eti say also free the other side wo back bunan na mo de abom
it's sad
eti ye besre ye nhwe emra no so de
mechanic day segment we are baby the conversation now on so unim say police for aye arrest be ene this whole religious tension be a start air build, you know. I think the Ghanaian people should be extremely careful. We men kasahunch. I don't want us to really no. even highlight Sadia,
no.
But we should all be extremely careful. Say yenimu wa Nigeria is the state it is now because of Sadia. Yen we have something we have to cherish. They be American say about down some na koko photo. Ya build a new mosque be wa koko photo. Just opposite the mosque. A Spring House Chapel International. Sorry dying. I mean eno put the opposite just say they are just close to each other. Udru Friday na say nkemo for be ya sorry a sorry dying car park no. And na omo be park your cars nyina wo ho. Na omako akwakoya sorry kama
obi uko Medina cry we know ebo ho no mo dada ye ebo ho no mo
something we have to guard jealously and where your foot to Emma Ghana for nyina. I mean there are extreme partisans now mono they would want to slice and dice this country along either religious lines, political lines, for omo parochial interest. Omo no wo. But the majority of Ghanaians no should know. Say you will be was say so many ye. And yes, I said tefaswa and a shasia in kakra now both seats be as 30 so seats be so say nipana or kasano ye sofu or ye malamu or ye imamu. Let all together say, my friend, you cannot cross this line. But line where you be intimate.
Say nipa ni intimate cross here. When it comes to say meneo,
yes.
Na oka na me kan ye meka kire wuwie na ye hwe na mra ye de ye adwuma. In terms of communication, ye na internet so mra ye de ye adwuma no, ye hwe na nipa no afom a. The institution e was a hwe na di nipa no famra kwan so no enwo se yesoso sa nipa no so wo ye Christian wo ye Muslim wo ye traditionalist wo ye den obia enu nti no man no ye bibia ye no we are guided by the constitution say freedom of association freedom of religion me osomo a mepe ene meso enu nti na wo kɔ fie bi mu a ye won kramofo wom e fie ba akom ebi ye nkramofo ebi kwasori obi so se won kwasori kura otene baby wontumi nya ni koto enti sa wo ka wo bibi fa wo religion no ho a e wo say you must be measured sa some American no e tofo ma da bia ma American asem bi o se wo kasa bisa ho se e tofem mo na nke wo se nwansena ba ho a nwansena ntwa ho nhia Sawa ma wano kasa no wa ni ka nwene hu wo tim say oh asem we die enye ne adwene hu wo yetim nyina ne yeka eti wo mu a o kasa wi ansa no wadwene ho no se police for na wo say chi wo mu a obi e wo say ye chi wo mu e wo say mra no ye adwa because wo ka Nigeria de no e sha ase nkakra ye ntu ase
we have to be
ena ye de nkakra na age nsam ti ye de no ye nim say we live together we eat together ye bibia to me obi omo transfer papa de ne call kentampo no wonim say edu sala no a Muslims no when omo no omaduane a Christians no omo de bi ba wufi opa ni se bronya bre duru a ono so hwe animu sa wo so mo na wano ano e wo se bi ewura ni fie no that omo nam no mpo omo atwa bi abrew wo ba wi o unwi o eno ne ma yonko fa bo ye ni Muslims no ntamu no ejina ho eti se nipa bi ayo mo ho na amo a na omo dwene omo nko a omo political parties ho omo dwen ebi omo yefunu ni omo ye ni nyina no they know what they are doing e wo say ye tu ase wo de hwe chief imam da bia meka minipa minim ne pa ye shikar mia o chief imam kasamafo no menne no from and say woni papa yi be kasa bia na opichi peace and when we say a religion a peace na sa wo fa bible so na bible nyankopon o se masumdue na medi jamo enye wiase asumdue masumdue so everything wo ya asumdue kane because obi yeni asumdue we can't even come and sit here enti ye be say police for omo
I'm also happy say in fact what happened at the police headquarters shouldn't have happened the same interior ministry issue statement we are told say police for arrest of Nipana or assault or so for na video ne call viral no Nipa police officer no ye in charge of that case na pastor no ewo in his or her custody or ma kwima ye be fa ni pie de no that police officer should be interdicted by now immediately anybody and say yensie gina sesa na ye ka no yensie gina ansa na ye bua ana ye bua ansa na ye sie gina
wo memu akora mosi aso ni mi na metro twi memu akora
immediately I was say ye interdicted and the IGP should ensure that thing never happens again when somebody is arrested he is in the custody of the state and your mind there was a born under no circumstance should a civilian enter the police station akuyini pano it shouldn't happen again and I believe say obienya adesua e de frame the bigger picture for me and it's we are treading on dangerous grounds we don't want to become another Nigeria Ghana a unique selling proposition in the world a peace na ye Ghana if we endanger that peace we are real because at Ghana enimu nyam kakra to kwan ko baby a unso dimde ho and say we are the oasis of peace in a very
omo ba hakono say omo ka bibia fa ye ho a eti obi communication minister na no kra ye den Sam George ministry ni ye den communication minister me ye besre no ni ministry ho no mo sane ebroni Russia ni ne ba ya oka ye timi yiyi niema ni bi free system no so no minim sa de kro no mdi na yera sa preaching no imam ne de no e was say a free yen social media no so ne edikan no ne atoso mienu na nse ya azigi bebrebe no so no so for no de en kwade o twesi awunya me ma ya minyan enti asem kro eti se nipa ne ti asem no mpo na o yese ma minkotie na okọ no wanya eye ne obi be ka te party bi be ka se yese wo kan sei ontumi nka no ebi ayaya ana de exact way ne ma eti yenyi mfiri ho na sa videos abeba amanfo naked videos abeba no so no minister no wo ho no mo a munyi mfiri ho for the sake of nkwadanti because eba na trending wo minister so obi ye bibi ase yetumi koye ne ache no yenyi sa ne ma ni nyina mfiri ho no mo eti ye ka ne ebe make reference to say mete say and not say oh ji video no de gina hwe onyi mfiri ho animu ya ma ne ka na adwuma ho
na sofo ni bi nso a de aye omo policy a de bia na ye makwan ma we medi mampanyi ye makwan ma obi mfiri ha medi mampanyi ye makwan eye adoso omunya isa ne no because Ghana ha no I don't know why you say was say mampanyi na ye nkofo we mu nkwan bit medi mampanyi we mu nkasa ha it's
nkasa ha
and what's that cost
unim ne odi beja wa semika omo giscans na makoto aba no won say obi atuatua sika obi kura ma amanfo bodu asa gina koto aba ewi ase no ware
olusui
eti when you are a pastor when you are imam na wo gina dom nanim na wo say who preach to them say monkoto man who told you say everybody in that church will vote against say nipa kro no
but it doesn't even engender enya de papa
enya de papa
should live
beyond
makwama we me no enya de papa omunya I don't want
to vote to see baako nipa no eti aso dem untumi influence wo munyina si
and nioma egu ya dwen so aso manfo wo se adwen ho accident na ekum nkofo na nye na ye makwan me we na ye makwan ma we I mean it's not cool. It's not cool.
Obi.
Okay,
ma hu say pension for na abai wo hu.
Yeah, NPR.
Ayo, mo we sika no so my na.
Oh, mo ya.
We na make a minerals commission dey no. When say ne na Mr. Isi ye no. Eno na NPR ye no. Ti da bia omo the topic foforo ba na omo ya. Ebe ma amanfo ate ase bebre nti obi. Me da mu amampanifo yi.
Mate, da se papa. Ekosiisen so ha ya Asempa 94.7 FM. Se afi na odo wafidie no ato ha. Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasugu so a utie no. Enti ma said ekwia aka no ye ne the National Pensions Regulatory Authority for any enkomo. Unim say in the past few weeks no omaboa yen papa ma ye nyina ya te pensions enkomo no asiye papa na ene no NPRA a launch the Bruni Freno a nationwide employer compliance inspection exercise and now no omo kai says you omo beto omo go montin mu amu free say the osamo ya na say oh maybe adwuma makwa register me company na wa start here wa fa nkofo adwuma mu omo sene tu ntua omo tie tu ntua wo de wani abon ho asafo hene na wo ye de wo pe eni omo beto omo ho agum ye ba wadwuma mu na untua wo employees tier 1 ne tier 2 a watomra and Ghana han wotomra ye ne won sresre emra ene ne wudi inti ene o mabase ye bedi sa nationwide employer compliance inspection exercise ho enkomo na afede wo ho no o ma ye nyina inti ene o mo ba no asa o mo be hyase ye wa Asempa FM inti mema kuku da miensa ena abafia a ye ne won eba bedi enkomo inti pija me magum pija mo microphones ni ha yem fan komo no enhyehyɛ so Ekosiisen so ha ya Asempa FM mini akwa aba na etesen
na me adom pajo na nso
adum ya ni kwan kakra nti enne introduce wo team a woni omo na me
yo mama na wasibiu e wa kwanya ode aman se maka se dachi bia se me opportunity na me ne eti breakers hia e Chris body mention make just a more appointment because the way utimi ebobo contributory trait year scheme no I just say wa ben umpa e da se so do platform kesi amayen se yinyina no yemwa na oman ye sikasem ye ntukuate ahodo no ebetimi agina brane na mfasode bia ewo mu no mama ensabeka na yenso yetimi anya asetena pa na answer na make introduction so you said something which is very important that's why you mubi do so tenancy we don't flip your dial no exercise we are why this here it make me feel say be say you're more important since I'm sorry Friday and I just me call night and I say either say Friday daytime say Saturday and I say Sunday say me kwa transfer them na quite say they are giving me certain concepts from the Bible. It is not related to what is happening in my household. Because as I know the way I see kind of you should believe say Jataiva freezer. We say they are slicing the nation up. I think that we need to be careful. Sorry, nee. Ya Jenkins street in Aboso. And you say a bebaso I ever can once. I free one entity to another entity. So some system no more. But so me so aban betu ameka ba me ntimi opportunity nko adwuma it will come back and hunt all of us the idea bia ye bia no we should be careful because ntesukoko wo bia no ba asomdwe nti na ye gya ne atofofo I know so call journalist train no mka tell say ade bi ho a wonim pa ye nokre ba o ka sa nokre na ebokru
enye nokre bia
na eka ebre a ye ka sa nokre no so it matters duka saade na wo susu se wonim ebu okuru no na wanya de with that said, no, I love the role that you are playing. Say, you're shaping the discourse of this country. I'm saying, maybe say we feed you some introductions, and the boss a friend of Mr. Frank Anderson.
Oh, okay.
Or a manager corporate affairs in charge of PR. And then the PR, no. Okay. And Papa ya otwaso no ukọ adwuma ne chief executive friend in China. Or Chinese say how to look akra. Always kasika on home, you know. He's a big man. Also your friend no Mr. Roland Adeko Avenue. Okay. Na or manager or no na ye regional offices no a other regions no. Or your more coordinator, and I feel so. Or one of the hidden jewel back compliance. Or you man chepa, but na tema. Was that tema because of sa companies near DNA and deserve base. Quite a fast year compliance. There you can't take it away from him. And our Mr. Frank Anderson so already a timer. Or mote sa anamwa committee, you know. Ana omoyen sheshe kra to set up. MPR, no, or a part of it. I call him institutional memory. There's nothing that you ask him about MPR when you're emphasis. So that is the team I have. That's nice. Your friend Collins, I think that's enough for the day.
Can nickname.
I don't know before you remember.
Ekosiisen.
With your permission, no, be just that once again, while Unia Cressa said, or Koswa Ada Ghana for us, from vice president to the governor of Bank of Ghana to former minister of works and housing, when your nomination or call into defense, or that will be to say. Honorable Rashid Pepua or war employment ne empanyifu atitire ni anintinia odi nindia betai after dwumadi no a enko so e wo campeski no na no yetena ase na yedidi nkomo kakra senior organization ne ko finance for ne obia hwe bodies ahodo entities ahodo o say wo fru dia pa ene pia wo enti senior nipa do o say Chris na so ne ho odom or no afrefre ne personal friends ene other entities oni mo be bua e wudwumadi no to say o to akoso say yensere on yenyusu afidi na yemfa aseda emu duru pa yes aseda batan so do fusu kokokokokokokoko emu bia ti mawie ne sana de Frank ne misade ko ne beja amon wona it
Frank me de open chance here I mean mo de simo ni so pa mo ye nationwide exercise we na den
yo mdase obi Senior Minia Collins Akano. Exercise be ye penny ura Chris body mensa. Other to na come to say say employer bia aden na said senior or so ye. Yes. In respect of say obetua ni employees or more pension contributions no yenhwe and I say young quabontin na young say omo edus pepepe say omo comply with what the law says say employee bia no besim so a wote o employees omo contributions na where den utua no pepepe na omo so a say bi yabode wura agba na sira omo so montie no and so ye do omo ya chache omo senior omo ebeden ebeya omo so obetumi enroll omo employees ewo tier 2 and tier 1 so ntino anomo no ya anomo a ye 2 a ye make sure say employees no omo dachi papam ntina ye 2 sa anomo no make sure say obia be call retirement bia no enko ye say my adwuma 5 years na me employer entua me contributions nti ye hwese ni na beda na kwamu say na say fata ama say woko ahunjemu a wonye complain bia na say woko ya onsaka osika pepepe
we no mo kwa mo the task force will be and police will be the mochia na
mbasho dabi we a police yourself yam kon gidi via we no boko ya bana abahwehwe mo document and I say mo social security pension payment no mu say mu di mbra no so say na ese na mbra no e ka no na mu tua na mu tua ya adenti na mu tua ye na ye hu ana say even kra no e hwe say wo service ana say wo trust you know a service at the man no e kosen are you happy ana say is there any issue or say we draw attention to ana na ya hwe na totum bibia pepepe.
That's fine. Manager inti makasemo ko enyumeku must select specific companies amoko and I say ubia baby amobitima boyra
obi meda sepa say wamaye nimde yede eka ejumadi a esronko efa Ghana for ejumadi ejumaye for omo dachi ehu de teneze emrano makwan say baby bia ejumani I establish ejuma wa employ workers so one year ejuma man it was say the tennis was say obia edimraso na purpose no say na menu abema kan no say one is to protect say bebo ejumani no ne ho ban. Second no build stakeholder confidence say yeah the pension ecosystem employer employees ma yenya gidie ewo saa na motuo ya yetu im na the tenese employer bia obia why establish a company our workers ewo mbia no yeba oso eno abedi sa adwuma.
Okay imbetima boy ra bia
already yamra na section 27 ma ye sa tumi no say from anopa ekosi enre 5 from 8 to 5 yetimi bowra dwumedi bia edwuma bia ewo krom ha ewo sa tumi no emra no e de share nsa say be di sa dwuma
edi mamenkai we employer ewo Ghana ha na unima kenkan kwa dia as part of books are obekan no e was a National Pensions Act 2008 now kind and also very the here say unima kenkan because OSHA section 27 of act where clear power to inspect business premises in the ochnebi say unsemrante ya be wadwuma mu ha meme yedidi because any didi e mrasem and e kan say a person authorized by the board may, for the purpose of ensuring compliance with the provisions of this act, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., enter any, emphasis on any premises in which an employer or self-employed person operates business for the purpose of inspection and examination. Enti emra ena ema wontumi to do what they are doing. You have absolutely no right. In fact, so I want to say we'll stop them from doing their work. A obstruction for lawful exercise. But I think the most important point now, and this is captured and
the penalty is there.
Yes.
250.
Yes.
Or
Yes. It is a one more kwanya asotwe emra because echre boneno na achra asotwe a account ni nyina ewa. But I think the 27(1)(b eka the document amoko ho mobehwe inti for the purpose of incomo we mokwa documents ben na mokwa ko inspect
obi senate no emrano emma a certain mandatory documentations ebini pay schedule say yetua oka ewo adwuma mu
okay
yetua oka abante ne tax
sure
and you what tax now as an employer no you have been given the first right to do those deductions so be says cano
yes
and we scan emraso chair say we scan was say utua ema aban and the answer about utua no what the a list of employees are ejumafo any amount of salary
sure
any tax what says can so sa schedule no
okay
one document yehwem
oh
and they make sure say obi bia or sa we no because in that schedule no so no or pensions ewom because yet pension and sana yate tax
okay
and there was a reflect say oh yet as me say no say ne kai ana say ne tax e also
okay
okay na the tosu me no so ye first year no that's net payment schedule say o payment utua net which is the tier 1
yes
schedule now they count no say omo amatete omo na omo mikotua pensions amom no tier 1 no enie na nipa dodo e wo ho musika omo gini na oye 13.5 na isika obenyani ode to ho amana dachi ema pension
okay
ansa na ya tier 2 schedule no so
eno so mbehwe
ya hwe se sa eniama miensa we ebobra
okay
se na be ya baako ensin baako
yes
enti no na dey verify those information ansa na ya hwe staff list ne ho kekan ya interview but the me be count no say say dwumadi enya fault finding but purpose no is to create harmony in job places and to also ensure say what you be sika no wetimi dey atoho say na ete say na be adachi bi nipa no ekwa humje mu a obetimi access no ntina ye say dwumadi nya
it's true enti Collins ma bremu kakra sisia medical akan what gives you the legal authority to do exercise so you know in the clear from MRA bo NPR by National Pensions Act no section 27 wa will be biano ubetime bie na wakan there is no dispute about that legal authority or more but I think the people na person mo say waba madwumem na nioma mo hwe se meye ne menye ya then what then na beto me
on say ameka say emranti ana say nipanti na yeye emra na enye emranti ene yeye nipa just as you read it no explicit ewo act no say ye wo ho akwanya say efiri anopa no nwotwe ekopem anwumre nonum yetimi wura adwuma bia mu say ye bani abehwe won kratam sene ya Roland bobo so no peyi ne sa da documents ni nyina nti ye ba ejina reasons na wo de be mayen so se be yenso ye nipa se mabaha na obi say document na mo hwehwe no e bia director HR na ye in charge at the moment no oni adwuma mu nti e bia monko na momra ochena ana better still nei e bia betimi leverage ewo abefo ntentan kese no so e bia momfa munya mo email ana bibi yen schedule another meeting e bia on Zoom time a convenient for the two parties na o so obi ka sanya nsasem we ya sabe ye to asomo ba se yehunu se ye sha na wa hyeda se e bia ye fodie bi ene wa de no hunti na ompese wo de be di sansa wo so no asotwen no wo mu be se miensa na ye dikan no ye wo krata ye de be okoko se yehunu se sei anamon we na wutu the krata we ye de wo okoko ti wo nchirechiremu bi a esen ne ayeye nim no a fabre eno ye ne dikan ne etoso mienu nso no act ne san ma ye ho kwan se empen dodo a sika bi a ese wotua contributions a watete ese wo de kwa wanfa nko no bosomi bia etwam no your protocol we wade be a friend say charges and no your defined percentage and that I think 3%. Bosome no twam bia no that's a sign with compound interest and no be ba attach and again act na society is say you say ye we nyina na still no why wadwe say wo de tintintinti ne e ka bia wo mfa eho ene ye do be court no na court nso a kire say obetimi afine out to 250 penalty unit. There's a name say be a penalty unit. Yeah, maybe no 12 cedis. You multiply that by the 250 or obetimi amount a year imprisonment. Asemna ye kan anya agudi. And I was saying the wisdom of the court obetimi decide say obema sa 250 penalty unit punishment. Now assign amount
per month of default.
Yes.
Into every month be default which are 250.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Now assign the
3 years multiplied by.
now assign the imprisonment, appeal. There is it is that dangerous. It is that serious. And Chris say yeah, vet. Hence this education.
Oh, okay.
But I must say, and I will cooperate affairs in your opportunity. I join a compliance unit in a new out, and I visited in excess of about 7 entities. Most of them are really doing well, and of course the reception was wonderful, very very wonderful. We never had an occasion where some of them were willing. Say, I remember one particular company, Compugana, because of I was there myself. That is why I'm mentioning the name. Na nipa no ye in charge of documents na was in Germany. So the general manager called the lady. And I team leader no and then the dean komo e kire so ye tier 2 no e trustee we na handle omo kra de na omo san kra e join e ye tier 3 no so am I all the details. So bibisa na ye so just as he says the harmony ba no e ma yonkofa any rapport no a e wo ye yentem as regulators any adwumayefo adwumawuranom as employers any adwumayefo no as employees no emu shekena. I remember I met a young man today, I think not say what day, Nicholas. To be bizarre, say when last no check say EPN tier 2, not in fact, on him set tier 1 and you would about tier 2 no. Yes, on him set it exists, but on share them follow. The catcher and say on funny phone because you use smartphone. And to enter a star 883 hash. To enter and I'm more born a Ghana card sheet. No, who said the company no Senate DNA. Yes, you will see that. So star 883 hash. Yes.
In the bar.
Now follow prompt no.
What the Ghana card?
Either your Ghana card or your Senate card. It will give you
one contribution.
Senate, yes, and you will see your trustee too. The way Jumedia it's not as if you were a mrane bakena. Say you perceive who know why you be who.
Yeah.
You were mrane bakena. You perceive a chewa, you bet you. You were running back here, perceive do court, you do court. Now, you perceive money human face because you perceive we because I am ignorant of both the fact and the law. Didn't I ever be an Ekita act? No, we want to you perceive sure say the Ghanaian primarily is informed about the existence of the law, number one, and also is aware of the fact because you 13 weeks running on Ekosiisen, and you can't tell me want on Ekosiisen want because we kasa once you finish you as about minute 1 minute soon over there you can't say it's a want and the you don't really want to highlight punishment available in the act we really want to interface as Ghanaians. Say adie we never boy, adie we pursue two here say, adie we pursue mitigate old age poverty, adie we ne pursue oko pensioner, unya decent retirement, adie we no enya back for the efa obia pension ya de back am say affect obia sin bibia we say. Because me dey be am bounce am traffic ade and then me minimum crimes aye bom de konwe wan ya fa me bisa ha ye o say kanda na ya bisa ha ye ni gina pese ye pese ba Asempa you be ya traffic say ye sika 7 ye pension funds unya invest omo ye pension investments and they will tell us it's supposed to be a relaxed funds this say ye obi tuane de bitua me de Frank tuane de Roland tuane de ye benya sika ne bebre because say ya ye gina bia ye wo ye tete ye wo an average age of ebia 40. The system no e wo best 20 years to invest our money sika no benya coupons benya interest ye betimi di bia bobo sia ye betimi di bia ma ban ye ya kwan nom ne ade na ya gi sika back di wo retirement no wan kro na oteso no onam kwan papa so ntu ka kra nche dan say well electricity ye intact unsu e flow all the basic amenities are kama as kan ho asem ene Abraham Maslow kan theory of needs no which conflict it is in relation with interest this year pension year who interest will be served my interest will be served. And even conflict crano. That is what we really want to look at. However, the moment I say, oh, the opposite or appear defiant, that is where we will trigger the dictates in the act.
It's true.
It's
true.
Yeah.
I think you've done extremely well. Ma cover a lot of questions. Let me ask this. How long now exercise will be taking? More how long you mean?
Exercise we know. I can say there's no definite date.
Oh.
Juma. Juma. Yeah. So far as employers need be, friends, more 80-40 and as employers need be, chuchu 9 or payment of contributions no. Juma na bekoso. Juma. Juma. Intino. Nyade yenende. It's not you can say one day wonder piano. Yeah, twaso Captain Brebe who say employers everybody is in compliance with the Pensions Act.
Frank specifically, operations unit, conducted a research. It came out to say Ghanaian employers chronoano. Say nipa 10 any tua senator emutre any tua tier 2 no. The focus and the short term, medium term and a long term. The long term they say we must bridge the gap between tier 1 no and the tier 2 no. And the long term I say ebia fiscal year no nkona wie no. Na e was study your kind fiscal year no nkona wie na say nipa 10 any tua for tier 1 the same area 8 and 9, which is a realistic figure. And so tier 2 no. Short term ya na say amount for either they are pretending or genuinely or more information on pensions, it's either it is misinformation, malinformation, or distorted in a way. The how do we coordinate all the pension related information and what system because sometimes you visit an entity who say Obikro in charge of employing people it's not so much abreast with how some of these things should operate. Funny enough, you meet an employer, I know I can't say, oh, maybe a tier 2 no matter, but I'm a catcher workers in the zoo, met you almost 5.5 almost your one tier. The unya time now any year engagement, only year meeting, understand how the genesis of this pension now catch us. That onerous task of doing the necessary deductions, is on the shoulders of you, the employer. You don't necessarily say, oh, trying the explicit consent of the employee because this is something rooted in law. They will all come around. No one will say, they are not saying that here. The short to medium term, they say, let the person hear. Nipane dasoreya. Yankomo ya didi de biano. You say nipan who say pension so is in the system. Last week we buy na me can say. So di birthday and you feel na wedi no and I will celebrate. And ni aka and I will celebrate. Na yeah adwuma wo MPR in for visit the last person. Ye nyankopo di nim da obi abi. But you nim da be call retirement. So we call voluntary retirement and as we call compulsory retirement at 60. This is already 40 years. It just account 20 years. The Kai will say there is pension. Say oh be call pension na so pay decency. O be so sika sem ejina brand wo wa homeji hemu a. Nhihye no e sha ase em say unyanye dada. It is always better late than never. So that is the short term to medium term. But long term we must see say nipa du and omutia tier 1 with fidelity. It must reflect in the tier 2.
Okay.
And again, yes, I say pension should not be a reserve for people in the formal sector. Sebe nye mwa krachifu inkwa na pension no eye modia. Sebe so ko school, se wan ko school. Se wo no ye farini uko so ne ko yimpata. Se me uko my region and my Bono region, most of them farmers. So ye kuyeni so do kuku so do cashew. O cashew na bana wasesa no. Was se odwin se e brebi beba unya hoden enko cashew fu no nko se cashew no. Ndi how do we also widen the net? Na nipa na omo the informal bracket no. Omo so nyina no e fa omo pension no serious. So say last ade me buy me catch us out of the absent, honey, who say pension funds and yet periphery in the Ghanaian fiscal space. Because pension funds in Kwano is contributing 16.5 to 17% of the Ghanaian money, sir. And on the foundation of your economy. No? So pension funds now is not a periphery. So that is the long-term agenda. I see current management in the MPRA, and it's just as he said. Of course, at the you review it. There be a quarterly, review, biannually, a review. Now, your strategy in the system, but. Say ye bodewuru say ye kunyumamu say ye konede say Frank Anderson kind it is in continuum until say ye be hu say ye drew level be a say oka pensioner Ghana ni bia te ase. I've told you say plans are even far advanced say ye benya an incorporation of pension related content in the various curricula ye chere ewo second cycle institutions and even the universities say be ya oka pensioner enya de foforo emfa mo I feel say it's a very great agenda e wo se nyina ye de ehoshem. I will wait to see say enche bia ye besia kwa abato so I want to see even the political parties so am the manifesto about what they are going to say about pensions. Political party o manifesto be abonte a me kan bia me hu say we need a comprehensive plan for pension. That means you are not in for serious business. So we really need to look at it and no any focus no ya the ecosystem. Very well.
Ma yen hwena yen start wrap it up. It is employee be 8 and manager member or employee be 8 na opeso no nso kwan obefa so no promote compliance when the djuma mu a onye den.
Obi na say employee bia na obi bia oni odwuma ni eye djuma no. Ye free bibi oma pay slip and the first point pay slip muno ubon say a church sika ye free or salary take home no ya one
you are saying say tria meka na bosome hit me account the menya alert from a bank. Yes, I chese ye tria meka and no nye enough means I go demand the pay slip
no into pay slip no na be kire deductions are employer why your behalf. And then I know you one. Now I was say you many bia bisa na employer trustee omodom ema ne pension send be obetimi I check it with the trustee and I nemre mu abefo technology abeinti there is live updates sa what join trustee bia yeah the atsheshe ato say e was say omuma notification as individual contributor and also another aspect I was say as a employee no utiminya those information lastly no so we check it with your trustee na months now we expect to say you say you August to July. By now I will say July sika eba. And he say July pound August pound na July the end to moya. Immediately bisau employer say moti miskase na menya notification. Then AC and then the first point of engagement. Say employer ntimi amao answer na information reasonable. Who move to the trustee to check with the trustee say me nya me statement then echo so also intimi amount that level of information I say employer need to ya na so untua na why escalate aba MPR ho na we soon tino ya set up a whole unit standards and compliance ejumadi employer compliance unit. And all the regional offices are also involved fully. And there are several physical and also online portal. You will be a friend Penport. Out me emeki way request and now petition through the network. Beba amasa unit you take charge of all those problems and make sure say as an employee and you are the first gate of a protection of your own future.
To really proper compliance, no, employee needs a huge role to play. Now one after some time court because you slept on your right.
Equity is not for the indolent.
Anyways, Obi, good afternoon. Please ask your guest what legal records does the employee have if they discover after retiring that their employer failed to pay their SNET contributions. Is there any steps to recover those funds? Boga Ali Hashim Eddie, I don't know. On this one, Nipana Chayama, Wako retirement records beno.
In fact, this part I am per se a betubia. It's very unfortunate to say. We better now, sir. Won't check your statement. We won't try to monbia. Over retirement answer. We won't say na at all. This is what we don't want.
Yes.
Now, the Obey say do that time now. Empire na ebe say company na we use man no enguye.
Oh, okay.
So company ne good year. And yeah, akem. But say company ne enguye. Obe to me aba MPRA.
Okay.
Na as part of an asobaba complaint am I.
Okay.
Now the details am I.
Okay.
Then we'll start the process. Ebe share employer no. Na you make sure say sika so toma obi an why then we tua plus penalty or the then the count na the amount.
The company ningu idea.
Company ningu idea and then
go back no
we can yeah be call na yahwe. Say company no better than obetua at the amount. But say started process then who say company no good year and yeah there's nothing akem MPR and to me until now you started your boy side we say ma oma yeah they pay attention to our pension. Say oma we need a call pension I will be check your statement they be will follow senior a mineral and kind your role will play to make sure say one kasa but you are the first. In fact, you are responsible for your own pension.
Yeah, it's true.
I would say not me.
It's true.
Not your employer.
It is you.
You are responsible for your own pension.
Pensions.
Until no mama ye ni eden ye ni kon na edu sa time no a ye mma me bisa sabi.
Be the protagonist of your own life and your own pension.
Your own future is very important. Finally, for short code, obviously short code is unknown to 80. 80 should be right?
They actually say short code no sesiano afia na start or MTN.
Okay.
MTN network on one or now your plans and I say in fact we've started
there was a meeting with another telco for now sitting on mobile telecommunication
MTN kwane
and I was say star 883 hash now about Ghana card
and I say was snit
and I was snit number
I bet you schemes are also for tier 2
Ebema ube total contribution
there be total contribution but I bet you schema was abia me say abia me wo Asex pension tier 2 and I say me wo enterprise tier 2 ebeba contract so beba now in so wonnim why you ma kwa na say omo na say wonnim a obo a ebeba obo say sa na say me wo bibi wa hase say me dem ko di ekire
that's fine was yeshena this year for press conference minti madam was papa for coming through. I think it's been very very insightful and informative inti yedamu nyina asem kwa amoncha Chris MIA why next week I may have my best association fantastic
abo my basis power so network in here heavy now for all over the world friends
call the New Patriotic Party headquarters in Kranha na idea omo press conference here the Holy Rain scandal okay Asante Beko former tour boss and in summer about in relation to AXA in the Mensia South member of parliament and address a press conference yenko na yenkonkuti ba you better try to mediate so. Stay with us.
At the time when Ghana was experiencing one of the most severe episodes of power shortages in our recent history, an episode that popularly became known as Bonsu. The new patriotic party considers it important that Ghanaians understand the facts emerging from the proceedings before the United States court. The individuals and institutions implicated in the evidence presented before the court, and the steps that ought to be taken by the Ghanaian authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to state that we are not here to prejudice the guilt of any person who has
Asempa FM
by a court of competent jurisdiction. We are, however, entitled to ask legitimate questions arising from the evidence placed before the court and to demand that the appropriate Ghanaian institutions investigate those matters fully and transparently. The Holy Rain scandal. According to the evidence presented in the United States proceedings, a scheme was developed to bribe not only government officials, but a relative of President John Mahama in order to push a power plant deal through at the height of Bonsu, when what Ghana was desperately seeking additional electricity generation capacity. One of the emails presented to the jury referred to a Ghanaian official who was awaiting his expected payment as waiting for Holy Rain. There was therefore nothing holy about those payments. If the expression Holy Rain was used to describe money expected by officials involved in the transaction, then what Ghana witnessed was not a rain of blessings, but a rain of corruption. One that threatens to expose the manner in which decisions affecting the national interest may have been compromised for private gain. More disturbingly, the matter has now become an international embarrassment for Ghana because the evidence was not uncovered through a successful domestic prosecution, but through proceedings in the United States. How shameful. The evidence before the United States court concerned efforts by Goldman Sachs, acting through its United Kingdom subsidiary, to secure a transaction for its client, the Turkish power producer AXA Energy Uritim AS, to build and operate a power plant in the Republic of Ghana. For the project to proceed, AXA required an emergency power agreement and the necessary approvals from several Ghanaian institutions and officials, including the Ministry of Power, Cabinet, the Ghana Grid Company Limited, GRIDCO, and the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC. The prosecution's case was that improper payments were contemplated or made to individuals connected with the approval process. The evidence presented to the court identifies several categories of Ghanaian officials and persons connected to the transaction. So who are these government and public officials under the then President Mahama administration who were bought? Per the record of the U.S. court based on which the conviction was made, the government/public officials and close relatives of the president at the time who were involved in the scheme are as follows. The Minister of Power at the time. He was responsible for this execution of the emergency power agreement on the 12th of May 2015. Prosecutors proved that the conspirators discussed paying $1 million to to the Minister of Power and $250,000 to a senior advisor. Ghana Official 1, advisor to the minister. The man said to have been waiting for the Holy Rain, chased progress, demanded weekly reports, and was assured of his full support and cooperation. Ghana Official 2. Senior Ministry of Power official on the emergency project team, listed as $10,000 on the ledger. The presidential relative. Very interestingly, if you recall the airbus scandal, there was a relative of the president on the airbus scandal. And on this one too, a relative of the president has been listed. And in all material situations, the common denominator here is President Mahama. In airbus scandal, it was President Mahama. And in respect of the Holy Rain scandal, it's President Mahama. The question is, who is this relative? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most disturbing aspects of this matter is the payment ledger introduced into evidence before the United States courts. The ledger reportedly contains a breakdown of payments allegedly earmarked for various individuals and institutions connected to the transaction. The relevant entries appear at page 14 of the court record. Among the entries are amounts associated with Ghanaian public institutions and persons connected to the approval process. These entries cannot simply be ignored. They raise questions that are capable of objective verification through financial records, institutional records, correspondence, procurement documents, meeting minutes, and other official documentation. The New Patriotic Party therefore believes that the appropriate Ghanaian investigative authorities must obtain and examine complete court records and trace relevant payment, beneficiary, intermediary, and decision connected to the project. It is important for us to place in context the circumstance of Ghana at the time when these payments were made. The timing of these events makes the matter even more troubling. The Ministry of Power was established on 22nd November 2014, and Dr. Kwabena Donkor was appointed minister. At the time, Ghana was experiencing severe and prolonged shortages. The minister publicly committed himself to ending Dumso by the end of 2015, and famously placed his position on the line in relation to that commitment. It was against this backdrop that the transaction under the investigation was being pursued. According to the evidence presented in the United States proceedings, on 20th April 2015, an amount of approximately $500,000 moved from Turkey to Ghana through New York. On 12 May 2015, so let's look at the timelines. Movement of money to Ghana on April 2015, 20th of April 2015. And then on May 2015, the emergency power agreement with AXA was signed. These days, viewed against the wider evidence, require careful investigation. While questions concerning payments and approvals were unfolding, ordinary Ghanaians were bearing the enormous economic and social cost of doing so. The Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research estimated that the cost of doing so in 2014 alone was between approximately 320 million, representing about 2% to 6% of Ghana's GDP. A separate ESA study involving 885 small and medium-sized manufacturing firms reportedly estimated losses of approximately 250 million during the Dumso period. Some 280 firms reportedly ceased operations, with approximately 5,000 jobs lost, while manufacturing contracted by about 2% in 2015. This is the context in which the allegation must be understood. While Ghanaian households struggled with prolonged power outages, business closed, workers lost their jobs, and the economy suffered significant losses, there are allegations that individuals connected to the process were seeking private financial benefits from a transaction intended to address the country's power crisis. That contrast is profoundly disturbing. What is obvious is that what would ordinarily be concealed by the NDC government through the Attorney General's filing of nolle prosequi will be exposed on international plane, where there is no NDC government to prevent prosecution or arrange a charade of prosecution. Hence, the lack of deterrence, which has not only emboldened persons involved in such corrupt practices, but has also led to a pattern of embarrassment on the international plane. This point is very, very important. It's important to the extent that we notice a trend where the government is constantly protecting people who are involved in one corrupt practices or the other and connected to the NDC party through a charade of prosecution or not the filing of nolle prosequi or discontinuance to free them. They then become very emboldened to continue with the corrupt practices. These are persons who are connected with the NDC, but their conducts are constantly exposed on the international plane. And in no time, I'll show you a historical trend of how this has embarrassed Ghana. We therefore believe it is necessary to recall some of these instances, not to suggest that they are legally identical, but to demonstrate why Ghana must strengthen its domestic mechanism for investigating and prosecuting corruption. That requires serious investigation in this latest scandal, a pattern that Ghanaians cannot ignore. Ladies and gentlemen, some may be tempted to dismiss this matter as another episode of partisan political disagreement. We urge Ghanaians to resist that temptation. The issue is larger than partisan politics. We are witnessing a troubling pattern in which allegations of corruption involving Ghanaian transactions have repeatedly come to light through proceedings, investigations, or settlements outside Ghana. In 3 of these cases, the names of President John Mahama or his relative pops up. Gassem Skansim. In proceedings before the Asker and Bairu District Courts in Norway in 2007, litigation involving Skansim International, ANS, and its former Africa manager brought into public domain evidence concerning alleged payments arrangements involving Ghanaian political and party interests during the 1990s. The court's findings must be distinguished from allegations or evidence that were not adjudged against any particular individuals. Nevertheless, proceedings expose issues concerning the movement of funds and alleged political payments under NDC 1 and NDC 2 administration. Maybe and Johnson. On 25th September 2009, Maybe and Johnson pleaded guilty before the Southwark Crown Court in London to corruption offences involving Ghana and Jamaica relating to conduct between 1993 and 2001, again under NDC 1 and NDC 2 administration. The company was fined approximately £3.5 million. The Ghanaian transactions concerned contracts for bridges reportedly worth tens of millions of pounds. Amajaro, 2010. The Amajaro matter requires particular caution. Unlike Maybe and Johnson and Airbus matter, Airbus which we shall speak to shortly, there has not been a court judgment establishing criminality against Ghanaian officials in relation to allegations referred to here. What is publicly known is that cocoa buying company by name Amajaro, which had faced restrictions in Ghana following allegations of smuggling, subsequently had those restrictions lifted. And a British cabinet minister reportedly lobbied Ghana
Asempa FM
government on the company's
Asempa FM.
This was done through a senior government official who was later alleged to be the vice
Asempa FM.
now President John Mahama.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Oh, Binabado, Biba, oh, Bibo, oh, Biba, oh, de, Asempa Nabo, oh, Binabado, Biba, oh, Bibo, oh, Binabado, oh, de, Asempa Nabo. Obinie, Ekosiisen Nie. Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba. Obi, so
Grand Court in Savak to 31st January 2020. Approved deferred prosecution agreement records roughly £5 million in success-based commissions promised or based. The OSP investigated the judgment calls Intermediary 5, described as a close relative of a high-ranking elected Ghanaian official. Over the year 2009 to 2015, who was referred to as Government Official 1. The OSP investigated the matter and confirmed the identity of Government Official 1 as President John Mahama, President John Mahama, His Excellency. The OSP also established that President John Mahama's direct involvement in the deal were also implicated in John Mahama's direct involvement in the deal. The Embraer 190 scandal. According to the former Attorney General and former Special Prosecutor, then as Attorney General, was compelled to set up a committee of inquiry to investigate His Excellency President Mahama over his suspicious corrupt conduct in the purchase of the aircraft, including Embraer 190, and hangar for the armed forces. According to him, the committee comprised William Abua, George Amwa, and Brigadier General Alote. Then we now have the Holy Rain, which is the fifth. Being the Asante Beko case, alias the Holy Rain scandal. This time, it is not merely an allegation contained in the newspaper report or a political statement. A United States federal jury has returned a criminal conviction against Asante Beko following a trial. The underlying evidence concerns alleged payments connected to Ghanaian public officials and a Ghanaian power project. This should compel every responsible Ghanaian institution to take this matter seriously. In view of the seriousness of the matter raised by the United States proceedings and the pattern that has been captured above, the New Patriotic Party makes the following demands. We call for the publicized independent inquiry into the circumstance surrounding the ASCA power project and the allegations of improper payments connected with it. The purpose should not be political vengeance, but one seeking to unravel the truth, accountability, institutional reform, and deterrence. This is extremely necessary because we need to stop this from reoccurring on the international plane. Otherwise, we'll continue to be embarrassed on the international plane. And so it's very, very important we go through this. Through this inquiry, the names and official roles of the persons who handled the ASCA approvals and related processes in 2015 will be exposed. And the extent to which the bribe payments involving the approvals will come to light. The court record reportedly contains payment entries of approximately $120,000, for instance, to PURC. $20,000, for instance, associated with Greatco Engineers. These allegations require immediate investigation. The public inquiry will reveal the identity of the individual described in the United States courts as the presidential relative. This is particularly important because the matter raises questions similar to concerns that arose in the Airbus scandal, where a person described as a close relative of a high-ranking Ghanaian official appeared in the relevant court record. The Ghanaian public deserves to know who was this person. What was the person's relationship with President John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency? What company or entity was the person associated with? What role did the person play in the ASCA transaction? Did the person receive any money? If money was received, how much? For what service or purpose? More importantly, Ghanaians want to know why it is always a relative of President John Dramani Mahama. How his involvement influenced the approval process. The MPP wishes to place on record its lack of confidence in the current Attorney General as far as the handling of this matter is concerned. Since assuming office on the 22nd of January 2025, Dr. Dominic Ayeni, as Attorney General, has been associated or has been keen with the filing of discontinuance or nolle prosequi or abandonment of prosecutions involving persons connected with both the previous government and the current NDC administration. We recall, in particular, the Attorney General's entry of nolle prosequi in matters including the SNIT scandal, the Saglemi housing projects case, the Cocoa Board related cases, the Unibank case, among others. These decisions have raised serious questions about accountability, the recovery of public funds, and the extent to which taxpayers may ultimately bear the financial consequences. In particular reference is the Unibank case, which forms part of a wider banking sector cleanup and involved substantial public expenditure. The Attorney General has not only come under criticism for failing to make critical disclosure before Parliament, the Attorney General has failed to make public details of the plea bargain that he purports to have entered into with the accused persons in the matter, thereby fueling concerns about transparency and accountability. Against this background, we do not believe that the Attorney General can command the confidence of the Ghanaian public to independently investigate or prosecute allegations involving officials or politically connected persons of the NDC. The repeated discontinuance of prosecutions involving persons associated with the NDC administration has created a reasonable perception of selective accountability. The Ghanaian people in this circumstance deserve investigations which they can have confidence in. One that is guided not by political affiliation, but by the evidence, the law, and the national interest to avoid or prevent the reoccurrence of such embarrassment on the international plane. Ladies and gentlemen, this is simply not an American case. It may have happened in America, but it is not an American case. It involves an underlying transaction, a transaction that concerned Ghana. The alleged payments were connected to Ghanaian public officials. The approvals required from Ghanaian public institutions. The power project was intended to operate in Ghana. The consequences of any improper conduct were therefore borne by Ghanaians. The minister involved was a Ghanaian minister of state appointed by President John Mahama. The officials associated with the relevant approval processes were Ghanaian public officials appointed by President John Mahama. The institutions whose processes were allegedly compromised were Ghanaian public institutions. It is therefore misleading to characterize this simply as an American matter. It is fundamentally a Ghanaian governance and accountability matter that happened to be uncovered and prosecuted in the United States. In conclusion, the MPP is calling for accountability, not selective accountability, not partisan accountability, but national accountability. We are calling for the truth to be established. We are calling for the evidence to be examined. We are calling for every person who may have participated in wrongdoing to be investigated in accordance with law. We are calling for every innocent person whose name has been brought into public discussion to be given the opportunity to clear his or her name. And where wrongdoing is established, we demand that the law be applied without fear or favor. The time has come to break the cycle. Ghana cannot continue to be a country where allegations of corruption involving Ghanaian public officials are uncovered abroad, while domestic investigations remain inconclusive. We cannot continue to allow the international community to ask questions about Ghana, about Ghanaian corruption, that Ghanaian institutions appear unwilling or unable to answer. The Holy Rain case must therefore become a catalyst for a comprehensive examination of the circumstances surrounding the AXA project, the individuals involved, the payments allegedly made, and the institutional safeguards that failed. The Ghanaian people deserve answers. They deserve accountability. They deserve institutions that protect the public interest rather than private interest. And above all, they deserve a government and public institutions that understand that public office is a trust, not opportunity for private enrichment. Thank you very much. And the tendency mu nyinaa ne sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛnim scandal bi aba yɛfrɛ no the Holy Rain scandal. Ɛyɛ Ghana ni abranteɛ bi a ɛyɛ American brochimam ne ho akɔtɔ adwam ɛsiane sɛ yɛsɛ bra Ghana dum so ne gyina so a nipa ɛte mpenten kwa na mfifire te nipa no saa brɛ no na yɛhia power plant na saa power plant no saa brɛ no enam sɛ na yɛho ayira yɛnti yɛkɔ pɛ power plant no through sole sourcing and as single sourcing na enam so masikatua bi baa mu enti America for ɛde wɔn nsa asɔ abranti ni mu ewa America ene wadi for yedi na sema ma na di for yedi na sema ni di for no yen Ghana for so de na yeye if we say nipa a wonti yedi abranti asem ama wona di for no ama na di for no eye Ghana for ebinom yese na omo ye ministers ebinom no omo ye public office holders and a cratchy etuetu skama wo mo enu nti na America abuchi memu kratch no ne ho ato akwadwa mu eti enade na ye ya afa ho ye beja ama na kosa akwa anase ebetu ho na mo se ne be ya ekina ebi nsie de nti a ehu hia se yetu ho na mo ene se sa animguasie ato Ghana Edikan, in the year 2007, the Gatson Scansum scandal a basso ewo Norway abruchimem. As abre yesi Scansum for tutia bribes. Emma Ghana abemum penny for. Emma Sabreno and also ya sem ewo Norway. A tosum yenu Sabreno Edikaino na NDC for the waben. Ye tosum yenu susi ye Mebe and Johnson. Esi wo afe case no ye di no England abrochimem September 2009. Case ne ba so no eno so saa ye se sikatuatua bi aba magana mpanyifo e magana nim guase e wo inyiresi abrochimem. Ana afe so amajaro eso de ne ho ebeji mu. Enu koda ena eba scandal so bae. Enti abre bia no sansemi ebeba na akosi wa abrochimem na egu Ghana mpanyifo ani mu ase na egu Ghana man ho ani mu ase na ewie kire bia na emrantie na yede wo muko gina court na na se nipa yede wo muko gina court no ya na abrochire court no ebua omofo se omatuatua ketasehye omatuatua damude e de ama Ghana mpanyifo. Case when so abre bi ebesi bia no na NDC for ne wa bam nipa omuhubo omu nyina nso a yebobo omu din no ya na omu ye NDC for impanyifo. Entinei President Mahama bra okọ ahomeje ana eba scandal no ebaye enei we die abaye na dimisem sabi enya atesem de ye kan se sanye animguase na adoso wo Ghana so e wa abruchimem no ye sra ban se onti commission of inquiry na yemfa hwehwe assemwe mu sanye ebeye nsana ho na nipa bia sabi daachi bi ono so pese oye bibi saa no em se onye biu fisese anya kwa na ekoso na essence attorney general ni NDC aban on the ene se won afo di bonia na wa file no le prosecute no waja wo mu ana se omudi bonia asotwe esese ye de wo mukọ court mi ya chi wo maso essence omu ye NDC fo nti onye nti no ahye won kutupa ama saade no kwa na akoso saa etise ye nyaa sabi ebensa wo no batifie na wonche na so obekwa abonten ni okodi bone a nipa bi ebebo no ho ana ombechi o maso na enya asotwe keke asotwe na chi ye animguase a eba magana man enu nti na ye srese enei ade we e wose yete commission of inquiry de nti asese yete commission of inquiry hihwem no ebio ene se attorney general Osei ni jubedi a wadie nyina kire se onye na dwen se so bi ye NDC ni a na so ye bone a sabi ode ne bekwa akogina court ama asotwe bi abam mo nim se free so oba abam NDC ni bia ye bone a no a file no le prosecute sabi ebirum create mi di judges atem no ba fa kwa bi so do ma ko judge na nim na judge no kura ja wo mu ye nyina ye nim na ebirum kura nso di judge atem no mo ba kuro ma se ya ni amo mo police protection national security protection sabi ya sa mo ahemfie papa mpoda enti yanyi ni se o ma na kwan se onye nhwehwemu a obeye nhwehwemu krojen attorney general no onye na wanya hwehwemu kroje nso a animguase a akoso no eno a na besa akoso enti esere mampanyi se oriented public inquiry, independent inquiry, commission of inquiry. Na onhwehwa de wewu fi se enye baako pe enye ne baako so a esinie ayeko ayeno ayesa ayenum yanhwe ya dabi Ghana mampanyi nam abruchimamu ana abruchirem krubi akwakoche no se odeni kogina trial yanhwe ya Ghana minister bi nam abruchimamu na dabi sene esiwo Venezuela enom ne akan aman bi nso no ye behwe na afi aman bi akwakoche Ghana man minister bi say ordinate stand the trial but si ye hwehwemu na sabe dia asotwe fata no ye de amano a ebeye nsa na ho sene ebeye adaache ade a ekosoi ebi nsi bio enu ti na New Patriotic Party and their friends and trophies chairman a demand said there should be a public inquiry into this matter. Na the who so the who so the udi so na embran so edina kwa kujina yi we ni yanu di sema ye de to wodi.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me di twitwi me se. E ma me confidence the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me si fitai guso na me sre a. E ye wanwan hu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste ene twitwi me se. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E se a hye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Me dia magical Chaco toothpaste atubu. Me use na no pa. Ya na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwasro. Enti bi na ma. Na me si 32 ni nyina guso.
Enkane no ane ma me num di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. E ma sinye fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nka bia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enu nti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba ma mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG
Kel happy smile
FDA aje edwedin krato ya tomo
Oman yimu efom egudie ema yen empempem na de broni fra no national reserves no eno nso ehu sika ena eboy en chidom na inkra efom egudie yi ewo ho no asembisa ba akope no mu nyina ebusa mfaso ben ena yenya osana abosomi ne da etoso go bauxite manganese lithium Oman yimu efom egudie ema yen empempem na de broni fra no national reserves no eno nso ehu sika ena eboy en chidom na inkra efom egudie yi ewo ho no asembisa ba akope no mu nyina ebusa mfaso ben ena yenya osana abosomi ne da etoso edu wotwe saa asembisa no yebeyi ano eha ye bebie tu fom egudie uba ha de ehia eye mpuntunjuma ene nyuma mabunu no ebenya aye na de eti akire kra eye se egudie etu ha no ho beba mfaso ama omanfo ewa ha nyina se ye hia wodem ho a enkomo a yebedi no ebefa nioma mining companies akese no eye edeboa omanfo e obebi yetu efom egudie no ena afei regulators nkanka gold board ene nhyehyeye foforo mo de aba eboa small scale miners ene wona wodi gold hodwa ena afei krata yede yensa be hyase a nsema yede ho nkomo ena bosha amanfo be hye nyina ebewom enti regulators mining companies akese mining companies nketwa go bauxite manganese lithium Oman yimu efom egudie ema yen empempem na de broni fra no national reserves no eno nso ehu sika ena eboy en chidom na inkra efom egudie yi ewo ho no asembisa ba akope no mu nyina ebusa mfaso ben ena yenya osana abosomi ne da etoso edu wotwe saa asembisa no yebeyi ano eha ye bebie tu fom egudie uba ha de ehia eye mpuntunjuma ene nyuma mabunu no ebenya aye na de eti akire kra eye se egudie etu ha no ho beba mfaso ama omanfo ewa ha nyina se ye hia wodem ho a
Enkomo a yebedi no ebefa nioma mining companies akese no eye edeboa omanfo e obebi yetu efom egudie no. Ena afi regulators nkanka gold board ene nhyehyeye foforo omode aba eboa small scale miners ene wona wodi gold hodwa. Ena afi krata yede yensa be hyase a nsema yede ho nkomo ena bosha amanfo be hye nyina ebewom. Enti regulators mining companies akese mining companies nketwa wona wodi gold hodwa nananom ene omanfo a ewo emiamia yetutu egudie. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public. Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake: jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the gold board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the catchment charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table. Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takite Kuchu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and the Ghana Gold Board. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, and ketwa. Wana wodi gold hodwa nananom ene omanfo a ewo emiamia yetutu egudie. Ye nyina ye ka ye ho abom edi ye ho nkomo. Jumedie kese nipa a otena adwam eye Gamanche, His Royal Majesty King Takite Kuchu a otoso mienu. Aban mu mpanyifo a yato nsa afre won eye Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Oswafo a ohwe efom egudie tuo so, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa a osayem rahye bedwani ema omanfo e Elembele constituency. Yede dwumadie ne befi Kempiski Hotel e won kran ha ena abremo. Na ebetwa agu e wo Joy News, Adum TV ena Asempa FM. Ena afi social media handles nyina so. Osanabo sumi ya ne na etoso edun wotwe enon dumienu dwumadie Asempa FM dwumadie friend Ekosiisen any Semis DS Group Limited ena aka won toma aboano ayede April. Na wona wo boayen e Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and afi the Ghana Gold Board. Enkomo yi efa wo ho bomoden ne bra. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium. Oman yi mu efom egudie ema yen empempem na de boni fra no national reserves no eno nso ehu sika ena eboyen de chidom. Na inkra efom egudie yi ewo ho no asembisa ba akope no mu nyina ebisa mfaso ben ena yenya. Osana abosomi ne da etoso edu wotwe saa asembisa no yebeyi ano. Eha ye bebie tu fom egudie. Uba ha de ehia eye mpuntunjuma ene nyuma emabunu no ebenya aye. Na de eti akire kra eye se egudie etu ha no beba mfaso ama omanfo ewa ha nyina. Se ye hia wo dem ho a enkomo a yebedi no ebefa nioma mining companies akese no eye edeboa omanfo e obebi yetu efom egudie no. Ena afi regulators nkanka gold board ɛne nhyehyɛeɛ foforɔ a wɔde aba a ɛboa small scale miners ɛne wɔn a wɔdi gold ho dwa. Ɛna afei krataa a yɛde yɛn nsa bɛhyɛ aseɛ a nsɛm a yɛde ho nkɔmmɔ ɛna bɔhyɛ a amanfoɔ bɛhyɛ nyinaa ɛbɛwɔ mu. Enti regulators, mining companies akɛseɛ, mining companies nketewa, wɔn a wɔdi gold ho dwa, nananom ɛne ɔmanfoɔ a ɛwɔ mmeammea a yɛtutu agudeɛ. Yɛn nyinaa yɛreka yɛn ho abom ɛdi yɛn ho nkɔmmɔ. Dwumadie kɛseɛ yi nipa a ɔtena adwam ɛyɛ Gamankyɛ His Royal Majesty King Teki Teikochu a ɔtɔ so mmienu. Aban mu mpanyinfoɔ a yɛato nsa afrɛ wɔn ɛyɛ Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Ɔsoafoɔ a ɔhwɛ ɛfɔm agudie tuo so Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa a ɔsan yɛ mmarahyɛbadwani ɛma ɔmanfoɔ ɛwɔ Elembele constituency. Yɛde dwumadie no bɛfi Kempiski Hotel ɛwɔ Nkran ha ɛna abrɛ mu. Na ɛbɛtwa agu ɛwɔ Joy News, Adum TV ɛna Asempa FM. Ɛna afei yɛ social media handles nyinaa so. Ɔsana abosomi ya ne nna a ɛtɔ so edunwɔtwe ɛnɔn dumienu dwumadie yi Asempa FM dwumadie ɛfrɛ no Ekosiisen ɛne Semis DS Group Limited ɛna aka wɔn ntoma aboa ano a yɛde ɛrebrɛw. Na wɔn a wɔreboa yɛn ɛyɛ Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund ɛna afei the Ghana Gold Board. Nkɔmmɔ yi ɛfa wo ho bɔmmɔden ne bra. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium. Ɔman yi mu ɛfɔm agudie ɛma yɛn mpempem. Na deɛ broni fra no National Reserves no ɛno nso ɛho sika ɛna ɛbɔ yɛn akyi dɔm. Na nkura a ɛfɔm agudie yi ɛwɔ hɔ no asɛmbisa baako pɛ na ɔmo nyinaa ɛrebisa. Mfasoɔ bɛn ɛna yɛnya. Ɔsana abosomi ne da ɛtɔ so eduwɔtwe saa asɛmbisa no yɛbɛyi ano. Ɛha yɛ beebi etu fɔm agudie. Woba ha deɛ hia ɛyɛ mpuntundwuma ɛne nnwuma a mabunu no ɛbɛnya ayɛ. Na deɛ ti akyire koraa ɛyɛ sɛ agudie etu ha no ho bɛba mfasoɔ ama ɔmanfoɔ ɛwɔ ha nyinaa. Sɛ yɛhyia wɔ dan mu hɔ a nkɔmmɔ a yɛbɛdi no ɛbɛfa nneɛma a mining companies akɛseɛ no ɛyɛ ɛde boa ɔmanfoɔ a ɛwɔ baabi yɛtu ɛfam agudie no. Ɛna afei regulators nkanka Gold Board ɛne nhyehyɛeɛ foforɔ a wɔde aba a ɛboa small scale miners ɛne wɔn a wɔdi gold ho dwa. Ɛna afei krataa a yɛde yɛn nsa bɛhyɛ aseɛ a nsɛm a yɛde ho nkɔmmɔ ɛna bɔhyɛ a amanfoɔ bɛhyɛ nyinaa ɛbɛwɔ mu. Enti regulators, mining companies akɛseɛ, mining companies nketewa, wɔn a wɔdi gold ho dwa, nananom ɛne ɔmanfoɔ a ɛwɔ mmeammea a yɛtutu agudeɛ. Yɛn nyinaa yɛreka yɛn ho abom ɛdi yɛn ho nkɔmmɔ. Dwumadie kɛseɛ yi nipa a ɔtena adwam ɛyɛ Gamankyɛ His Royal Majesty King Teki Teikochu a ɔtɔ so mmienu. Aban mu mpanyinfoɔ a yɛato nsa afrɛ wɔn ɛyɛ Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Ɔsoafoɔ a ɔhwɛ ɛfɔm agudie tuo so Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa a ɔsan yɛ mmarahyɛbadwani ɛma ɔmanfoɔ ɛwɔ Elembele constituency. Yɛde dwumadie no bɛfi Kempiski Hotel ɛwɔ Nkran ha ɛna abrɛ mu. Na ɛbɛtwa agu ɛwɔ Joy News, Adum TV ɛna Asempa FM. Ɛna afei yɛ social media handles nyinaa so. Ɔsana abosomi ya ne nna a ɛtɔ so edunwɔtwe ɛnɔn dumienu dwumadie yi Asempa FM dwumadie ɛfrɛ no Ekosiisen ɛne Semis DS Group Limited ɛna aka wɔn ntoma aboa ano a yɛde ɛrebrɛw. Na wɔn a wɔreboa yɛn ɛyɛ Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund ɛna afei the Ghana Gold Board. Nkɔmmɔ yi ɛfa wo ho bɔmmɔden ne bra. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium. Ɔman yi mu ɛfɔm agudie ɛma yɛn mpempem. Na deɛ broni fra no National Reserves no ɛno nso ɛho sika ɛna ɛbɔ yɛn akyi dɔm. Na nkura a ɛfɔm agudie yi ɛwɔ hɔ no asɛmbisa baako pɛ na ɔmo nyinaa ɛrebisa. Mfasoɔ bɛn ɛna yɛnya. Ɔsana abosomi ne da a ɛtɔ so eduwɔtwe saa asɛmbisa no yɛbɛyi ano. Ɛha yɛ beebi etu fɔm agudie. Woba ha deɛ hia ɛyɛ mpuntundwuma ɛne nnwuma a mabunu no ɛbɛnya ayɛ. Na deɛ ti akyire koraa ɛyɛ sɛ agudie etu ha no ho bɛba mfasoɔ ama ɔmanfoɔ ɛwɔ ha nyinaa. Sɛ yɛhyia wɔ dan mu hɔ a nkɔmmɔ a yɛbɛdi no ɛbɛfa nneɛma a mining companies akɛseɛ no ɛyɛ ɛde boa ɔmanfoɔ a ɛwɔ baabi yɛtu ɛfam agudie no. Ɛna afei regulators nkanka Gold Board ɛne nhyehyɛeɛ foforɔ a wɔde aba a ɛboa small scale miners ɛne wɔn a wɔdi gold ho dwa. Ɛna afei krataa a yɛde yɛn nsa bɛhyɛ aseɛ a nsɛm a yɛde ho nkɔmmɔ ɛna bɔhyɛ a amanfoɔ bɛhyɛ nyinaa ɛbɛwɔ mu. Enti regulators, mining companies akɛseɛ
Asempa FM. Obi never know. Biba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode, Asempa na bo. Obi never know. Biba, Obibo, Obi never know. Ode, Asempa na Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu our Asempa Asempa mamba. Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. Ya da munyina asesa ma munyina akwaba. Enti mode ebechen se de kan editor dwa no. Voice no aye bibia wo kakra ba momfa enchen some severe cold here ba ya da nyame asese matwen ya ama yakọ asan so aba yede enkomo no etoa moso na American culture mo say later on the show ye some of the aspirants are agina say want to oswaba na wameye regional executives emfama NPP EBD enkomo enne a final day for campaigning ochina obi antiminya campaign tiene no ye as many of the aspirants as possible. EBD and Komo will be speaking to Dr. Okoboy and Chairman Kujo Bedin Komo over Greater Accra region. Ha, Omua age Nanibi would also pass through the show. Yedi Yebeko Kumasan, so the aspirants Nibi Edin Komonti. Brief interviews. Na yetimi de nina abremo. Nunsia Bonsu yebe sorry na sports team na I take over. Unim se Black Queens echo Morocco for the WAFCON. That's the Women African Cup of Nations. Yentimi and Progressia and semi-finals. Inti omuenya automatic qualification to the World Cup. Last four the yenkao. But there is another route he beats me about playoff. Africa ewo 6 slots. In the teams 6 and the be free Africa World Cup. Yenya 4. Inti compete for the 2 remaining slots. Benya bako. In the end Black Queens ball game. That game is omutimi winia. They will be getting close to qualifying for the World Cup. Na ansana yene aspirants ebe shasi edin komono. Medemubeko Ministry of Land and Natural Resources. Emre kakra besen kono ministry statement eba betuja se omo revoke the license of Adamus Resources. A sign say company no facilitate illegal mining on their concession. Enra minister and some officers from the ministry echo and Crawford baby Adamus ewo in the western region. I'm a minister sign ko team ubio say revocation still stands. You know, following that, no, you say CSOs be brina akasa afa san semino some feel say the ministry has not been fair to Adamus, especially say Adamus no an indigenous mine, and as a mine owned by an indigenous Ghanaian. And identity what's the current situation? Minister Kasamafo abe cancer ewo studio ha. Kabori akwa banete saying
ya brobi.
Bibi ekoye.
Nyame adom mo paibo. Ahwe yensu ka ho. Mo bo adwuma papa. Nyame srawo.
Enra utimi ko Adamus woni bi.
Unfortunately, the assignment for baby.
Okay.
And see, minua for aka na any minister bona ko, but no, we are very abreast with the
issues. Yeah. Na trip no na ya for den na minister ko ye den wo ho.
So mamincha will be mammo abaso na mincha ahwe for all over the globe. Omaje brenda that year. Me use by now akrati mama na ha. Obi be kaya be able to make a cranny and a minerals commission through the inspectorate division.
Yes.
The buyer say omo who certain severe infractions be they can tia or my gun ya good year no aye two no and she share and unti omo head the magnitude of and the seriousness of those breaches na who been here as a minister to anamo na based on section 5.1 of Act 703 no or revoke Adamus or leases me and sign walk Crawford Kango and Asama.
Yes.
Na or surgery not seeing by and the minister and so affirm na Adamus as a company at the petition brand minister. So basically Adamroma nsɛm a pinifo kan ɔmo nso ka benya ɔmo makwanya nyina tina konwa baako na petition ɔmo so nti ɔmo fam de ne ade nyina nti minister gina so seti committee mi no de di kan nipa no asɛm aba ho ebe tutu wano na nsese wo na ɔyɛ fiewura ebia na ɔde ade bia kɔto mantwe bia yɛ hu nti there was a need for an interim management committee said ebenya an independent body of information bia nkoba say one sided to Adam Musafam na fe so aban from and there was say independent committee petition Adam was there ba no on be review minerals commission so information original so their revocation on be review now mo call for more craft further data and information be on benya no o matimi anya committee no ye na dwuma we no the report to prime minister now the minister bo no angasa peda na obo anan ko company no ko hu de eko in fact okoye na nature said the summary of the report and oka say nano other commission the basi into anamo ABCD ye mamu ho akwanya asamo somomra meka de emunim ni de keka ho based on komo afanu ni nyina de ne self believe say o man Ghana mra no company na toto na se boni ahodo ni niam ahodo bi akoso no etwa say yetimi save the future of the mine o hwe ye mra kunini no a agudie bi e wa asase na se de em say Ghana fo nyina de say de wonim no na mampani na yesi onhwe so maye ono so aponi tumi ndi ama minister nti say yem fa mo obi ye ne obi nwinwene ho ye suspend obi lines ye revoke ni ade nyina no sa tumi ni ye de ahye minister nsem the minister say wa upheld the revocation initially Minerals Commission for recommending because of the glaring and flagrant breaches na omo hu no. For instance, Asante sese bi eson se bi nyado abwana no wo didi pimasu oni din twere every mining company has what we call operating plan.
Yes.
Wasase ne said yesu tie bia na o consent be said they are no kopim bia no for every period who plan na kire say ha na wo be operate within. So opese wo trust ahye no a also go back to your regulatory bodies to say EPA. They say the Minerals Commission in the keka ho. Adansi HRS Adamus are moving to certain portion of its original concession and yet part of operating permit and a plan now submitted or starting in a juma. Without prior approval of the commission and the ministry, no a violation kesiye pa. It also mean EPA, so benya EPA authorization is very important. Because the environment no na we juma. Na sa ukoye juma obabi EPA ni mhuma achia. A better crown and come on, ye dear for health, ye dear for safety, ye dear for technicalities in the bedimu. Why the supervisor war? Okay, Abra, ye dear Adamuzu call, but operative law and environmental assessment was the regulation 1999. LI, I think 1682. In Yabusu, and now section 18 of the Act 703. In Yabusu, and say, Yeshema Ekosusa. I say, we a mining company.
Yes.
Studio hire OB mining company. Na say OB person pony who be makabore. Be anything and I say any form of mining na. And she share ho, kwan ho. And also be din she share no so. Now I call the friend the tributary permitting regime. Now minister ama express consent. Say me jutum say when kabore. Aye she share ya say ni. Bibi sounds where Sia Adamus Amwa Nayamba Commission and Amba Ministry. Those were very, very severe cases. Na HSA regulation no breaches baby I had also and now for demarcation design demarcation yade. There were other federal data and so you could have a bright call field ho na a financial defaulting. When him say annual mineral rights mining company be also utria. From 2016 to 2025, Adam Musuntuawi. Menu kase omo de cut amounting to about $2.5 million. Na sebi son sebi nyado. Esi agudie no e wa asase na se ne ye nyina ye de ade a. Enya de a ye timi akonya bi de ye kom ade ato ye kom. Some of these mineral rights no na companies ni tua. Aban no danda no de ye mpuntu de yeso ye de so mfaso. Sebe meti ya mikro mu se jira framble yentu agudie wo ho but agudie so mfaso nti sidi aho odi sebe so bi so mfaso bi enti se wo ye company na se adeɛ kye adeɛ sɛ nyina wo fa sika firi ɔman no mu na nhwehwɛmu bɛda de sɛ deɛ wɔ sɛ wotua ma ɔban no wontua ma ɔman no na sɛ deɛ sɛ bio woyɛ afa ɔman no no mum afei yɛwɔ adeɛ bi a yɛfrɛ no friends saying sika o mutua de come minerals income investment fund MEF for me know cause MEF on so nko ade about 17 million. I just want to get the right figure. Sorry, $12.8 million.
Also mutua ma MEF and so mutua
enkoi nhwehwemu a ye koye ye hu no na MEF no adwuma no say ye gudie no ye de kwa wo mo gigibi na wo mo de invest in our country. Now won't you 12 million? Me kuro mu se jira from place akwan nyina betumi yi. Sebe nipa ete onobo akono kohoi ene nzema akwan akanyi se betumi de yi bi. Na won't you be dan ya o man chichide yi. Ebiem there instances are gold was wo nyaaye a o declare ya GRF wonim commission ni nim no. Any gold wa export kwa manone no na ebobra fancy bia at some point or say minya gold no ebia kilo no edu na so ebehwe no wadi gold be kilo no aduanu ene ko abontin na che say the Ekosiise ni kind of under declaration ni ade no is a potential enema ekoso me no ka say GR nko a ka da ho Adam was due on Minica in terms of taxes, $290.5 million. Ghana cedis.
Over 200 million Ghana cedis.
290 million Ghana cedis. At all. Na agrobeni. Sabi yanka say we the indigenous company. Enti sabi o dan for agro. Enti sabi kotomam hwoto. Say this agro ndi enye no ne yedi. Ene nipa omo hwere omo dwuma wa Adam skono. What is the future of that mine? So if indeed the resources of this country your move for ni nyina dia na was a benefit of mining nyina dia then government for that matter the minister must be interested. I was saying here Asem how are you betimi about such a strategic national asset ho ban na mfa so die free mu ban obi enko ye say e bia pani bi oda da musunko ano anase onyonko bi onima da musumpeni fonwa na be trickle down na dru fie bia mu Ghana ha no enunti na minister gina the two means so na was say you revoke sa leases we e bi mo raise concern so we share section 68-69 of act 703 now also 120-day remedy period. That second chance is given to where the issue can be remedied. A third party has been engaged and acted upon what they were engaged to do. And how do you remedy that? What I say? And quiet mining, you permit and send I want major permit. How do you remedy that?
But only to say company no issue statement. It's signed by one Alex Obu Simpson, Group HR Admin Manager. Osei statement by Adamus Resources Limited on unlawful revocation of mining leases. Adamus Resources has received with shock and disappointment the decision of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Amakofi Boa, to unlawfully revoke the mining leases of the fair. The effort by the Minister to strip Adamus of its mineral rights was without regard to any of the statutory procedures laid down in the Minerals and Mining Act. The company categorically denies all the allegations leveled against it and aptly describes them as unfounded, contrived, and deliberately manufactured to strong-arm the company in order to deprive it of its leases. The company has duly noted the abuse of power wrapped in the absolute disregard of law in the process leading to the contemptible revocation of its leases. The good people of Ghana will be apprised of the cogent steps the company is taking to shred this baseless revocation in the coming days. What was it? Almost when they deny all the allegations. Statement by Adamus Resources on unlawful revocation of mining leases.
Okay. Baako yɛsɛ ɛgye atɔn. Yɛsɛ aban no gye wɔn lease atɔn ama obi. One of them hu yɛ no. Openi sɛ me ba yɛ mato me bo ase akyerɛ ba bi amfom so.
Yes.
Release ya woka yɛ nyinaa no he fan na yɛkyerɛ sɛ o asuma si a yɛsɛ yɛbɛto no hɔ no. Enye wei no ɔyɛ. Salma yɛ kɔ ya ya asase nyantam excavator wɔtwegu so no enye sei na etie akangwa ye ko ya asase nyantam a whole road ni wa kire say o transport kura ko bi institute mining na o ba be ye ho a excavator ni dozers ni ade gu ho no sei na tie na nya de ye kan na tie ye say financial defaulting annual mineral rights royalty a wo say utua about $2.5 million no enye sa tro GRA out in the cabe 290 million. And Tessa, yet the car once, the other car to Zana and then the Kakura. Those were the issues how your company say indeed. O maximum 40 was MB. Now who said minister company no one won't pay Mudia Tintin or to Sanamon. And let me put this on record. Abine a year efficacy. Minister Bia active based on 2 mi kakra mampeni diamano.
Yes.
Etia na nipa bi adwen se gina esi bi ba minister bi nko na ti ne fie no afa no. Nipa have to moment to say a collective responsibility. That's what I say. Collective responsibility. Even though Mrado minister no say based on recommendation from the Minerals Commission, we bet me A B C D. But order will be for you be suma for you be juma any.
Yes.
Anamiti unuanu bi wo efidie bi so na ye pese ye ka kra na sebio minister no ye se no sebe kwasia abasa you are attacking the personalities involved and not the issues raised.
Yes.
And Obi, this is not the first time wa Obi regulatory breaches are ya hotri no ne leases afrine some na no ada me monitor with very keen interest. Abra who hold a town hall meeting with Ekosiisen On friend saying Pristia. The people that were the future global resources. And he was here no me to the extent that even VR light to cry could tell na ka be. In fact, where they are interested to Ghana, directly interested to us. Uko company to say well, a car Adamus dig well is over 100 million Ghana cedis. Now opportunity to bring a press statement. You must address all these issues. If indeed you think that you are innocent of the allegations that will be leveled against you.
But at the time, before the decision was finally taken to revoke, was there like investigations because there was a committee set up to look into the issues there?
Committee by the regulator Minerals Commission.
Okay.
Ono na regulate ono na oye prosini ono na actually say the laws of our mineral sector no we the to have we one fan to be flato.
Yes.
A preliminary investigation was done by the Regional Minerals Commission. Omo ba na chief inspector of mines nseba mo dia ba de modu ehun be hian say me ankasa the chief inspector of mines me so meko honum ono the high power delegation every national headquarters plus himself, Eko Honum. And indeed, he confirmed all the allegations. Foreign nationals, Enokra Sebi, Enokra Inca, who has a movie. Near Tia Krum, maybe before Pedro cry and Yaye. Gadam say a brain in eyes because Nipa be so munya assassin being a Juma, no Matiasi and Suso, or Matiasi acquired Brituso. So if you have a land crash or Bumubia, between Ukrum Binia or Pebia and Teonia Air Bonia Mayeno, and it Sebi Aho, why not be man, Mepassable or my beer Nipani? But there are instances where they have engaged certain foreign nationals. How do they respond to that? Etina Mr. Asempa ni who Adams here.
Asempa more engaging foreign nationals to come and work in the company and I say, Oma assign a concession, maybe I'm a foreign national.
That's what I'm saying.
Assignment?
Yes.
Without record.
Because Oko Sa Salma Honda Mika say Omo IABB.
Yes.
Now with intention to mine. Now a coin be anyone. I just said Nipa Ohono, they are going to do mining there. Now more for more as workers, and I'm more for more as then or more mining support lines is better or more the buyer. The 18 or more form or more As to whether immigration, they even have immigration permit to cry is another thing. Eti komo aye di no nye obi nipa bi to say nipa bi na
you will still insist as far as the procedures and processes was regulator firm to revoke a license of a mining company no mufa ni nyina mu
they
all the
exhausted all. And I make say the criticism by be the 120-day remedy.
Yes.
And you only give it to instances where the issue at hand can be remedied. For instance, Narawa Mining Company.
Yes.
Breaches because so you feel so we do bit my remedy. Yeah man 120-day. As soon as one remedy, minister revoke your license. Ziagwanju was Ziagwanju, one Chinese company. Also for a long time no mineral rights.
Okay.
Yeah man 120 days say what they go to ya. I think that's around 30 or 40 million dollars. One remedy, you revoke the licenses. Why is Adamus one so special to be to the extent that Nipa feel say one person's interest is greater than the national interest?
But how is it? Because having read from a lot of CSO players, Mehu Franklin Kujo, for example, Mehu Kofi Bentel, for example, all of them seem to be speaking with one voice. This thing was rushed. As a, in the movie, you saw the phrase indecent haste. As a more pre-premo and more revoke license.
Well, it depends on baby and nipa note.
Okay.
Sabi any hukum nipa na mrani ku gina mrani anim court do go gina mrani anim na ebu hukum for na ezi nkukum wo gina ya papre ho. E for gazi e for gotum gina ya papre ho. It doesn't matter the space of time where they be issues of breaches.
Yeah.
I understand them from a perspective where they say afi kwa ni ya shasi ya encourage say you nuanum Ghana for do no form hu nshem. Now it's not be about Kromani a kind large scale mining companies in as much as we can count foreign companies yen can be before there. That I agree with them. But say be so say be a kronto. Obi. The fact that you say yemwa emafie die ye no. I don't say we are not placing premium on the rules of the game. Who obedi krom na so amakuru na ye no. I think so your papa say kromani obeto tomrase. Because we are setting a bad precedent. Now China who want to to me because obe refer to it.
Yes.
And yes, on that tangent, me ti menya na company do ono aye Ghana for dia. Say nka ni bo atimu aneko. Nanso emra nhihye da ho. In as much as opesi ye nyina enya sa environment in our mining sector no e was ye di mra no so said ye say na ya hihye mra no yes say woni mra nto mra o na ya tie krom ni hihye mra no ye mum na ebusu na hoho a oba no ode ye be on fa boga kra nya swan
into the revocation no it take effect from time ministry issues our statement.
That's right.
This is about 2 months ago.
Yes. Oh, it's more than that. I think that's somewhere April
this year.
Yes.
And as our statement by.
That's right.
And from April this year, a revocation. No?
In
that statement, need a year prima facie evidence such as a revocation.
That's right.
With that statement.
But we're only giving them a second chance in terms of listening to the details of their petition.
After the revocation?
Yes. So why revoke you? Be not so episode.
Yes.
Revocation still holds.
Okay.
But what's them now? What can also because mind say be cry na ya from so baby. I don't hear manungu. Eti but nipa be kwa so na enya wo nko a abaya from so represent mo nko na mko so. But independent committee ni kotie o masem. Minerals commission so asem. Na wo mo a ehwe company no so si akona kototo o ma no. Obi nsem bi o
based on sa committee na dwuma no. Ena na Eko here as a minister beko na wako reaffirm.
That's right.
The committee recommended the revocation should hold.
Finito. A minister didn't want to make that statement anywhere but on the mind. Actually say, baby a man tama bwana hwane san. Obi, nsem no bebre ho a, me pese me kan de abu ye bima bam. Say asem say na aba. One na the petition aba. Yati committee. cooperation with the committee could have a asem.
Oh,
me my way for document. How do you do that? Now regulator no send the crowd or mine you know say as I dream.
Yeah.
Or man who don't eat the SCBI know the year and then quit anymore. Regulator now on the Bay Juman, you don't want to cooperate. If we live in a country where people disregard laws, disrespect institutions like this, then we are doomed. We don't have a future.
Yeah. Kofi Bentel, because of why you're loud on this particular matter, or share what he calls page 3 of SAR committee in a report.
Okay.
And all calling on Ghanaians to read, or say, read page 3 to see the indecent haste with which the minister, with which they seized the mine. This is unlawful. Page 3 says, Adamus has been battling increasing incidents of illegal mining and the environmental impact associated with unlawful mining activities, concession security concerns. These challenges were not unique to Adamus, but reflect broader operational challenges experienced across Ghana's mining sector. And there's a subheading, responses to the legal authority and procedural fairness in the purported revocation of Adamus Resources Limited in Krofo, Akango and Salman mining leases. 1. The committee at page 4 and 6 of the report set out the steps taken by the Minerals Commission together with the Minister of Land and Natural Resources under the Minerals and Mining Act before the purported revocation of the 3 mining leases. At pages 27 to 29 of the committee report, the committee examined the legal validity and procedural propriety of the revocation of 3 mining leases owned by Adamus over the Nkrofol, Akango, and Salman areas in Western region, and almost an undisputed fact. From an examination of the committee report, particularly pages 4 to 6, as well as pages 27 to 29, the following facts are beyond dispute. 1. ARL is a Ghanaian company and the holder of 3 mining leases lawfully executed by the minister on behalf of the president on the recommendations of the Minerals Commission. These leases have satisfied the constitutional requirement of ratification by the Parliament of Ghana. 2. By a letter dated 21st April 2026, the Minerals Commission wrote to the minister recommending the revocation of ARL's mining leases. The Minerals Commission relied on a memorandum from the Acting Inspector of Mines to the Chief Executive of the Commission, dated 7th April 2026. By a letter dated 23rd April 2026, the minister wrote to the Commission accepting the Commission's recommendation for the revocation. By a letter dated 24th April 2026, the Commission wrote to Adamus communicating a revocation of its mining lease. Can you confirm, sir, processes way? So this is what exactly happened?
That's a third person view. A third person's view.
Okay.
What?
Oh,
no. As to whether ABS and ABS, because communications between agencies and companies are done.
Sure.
But what I say.
Sure.
First of all, starting free by we say, company no as suffer persistent encroachment by illegal miners. Any other Muslim can suffer that challenge in this country. Go to Amanse, Asango Gold is suffering. Go to Ahafu Kenya, and Nimont is suffering. Go to all the large-scale mining companies. But has he read the report? Where the general manager at the time accepted, say, well, I'm going to engage a third party. Or accepted. So they have engaged a third party. No more engaging a third party. No?
Yes.
Was it under the express consent of the minister? The answer is no.
Which is an offense.
It's a breach.
It immediately to revocation.
It's a breach. It's a breach. It's a breach.
And the third party here, like a service provider.
The Nipa no try onim. But what I say? Eti komo no ye di no ma obi nye say timelines there senior. Wo na wo wajapade and wo bi say no.
Yes.
And I say wa pray no who to protect the ajapade. I mean that other argument there made here. Say you can on the side of say indigenous and we are justified even with indigenous or no. Let's promote to say everyone should be ready to play by the rules of the game.
Clarify this. When after the revocation, no, or before the revocation, no, did the company reach out, said they want to engage the minister? I'm a minister NTA or more.
How?
Did they send like a petition to the minister?
That is based on that petition. The committees when in Abamu.
Okay, the petition came after the revocation.
Yes, they came for engagement, and I was in that meeting at the minister's office.
Okay, it was the minister's instruction. Said
yes,
a committee should be set up.
In fact, the revocation. The next morning they came for engagement, and yes, our engagement. They wanted to also. For us to hear their side of the story. We na who be here say actual petition. Leadership of the company, minister. In fact, journalists were there. And the minister communicated said based on the written petition that has come, no 1, 2, 3 is the next steps. The one now say the formation of an interim committee. A one now say the formation of a independent review committee. Later, forming a committee in Nagasakwa, it was out.
And I get the understanding from the working and say probably the biggest of the reasons Minerals Commission just so the recommendation no would be third party access to the concession without recourse to the minister. That was probably the biggest.
They are all as grievous as it may look. As anyone can understand, because Saudi or Mike are myth to a tune of over 200 million.
But myth, you know, a car, a crew, how many years?
Oh, for some time now, yes. For some time, I think from 2020 up to 2025, second quarter of 2026 or something like that. Yeah. GRE is the co-consolidated fund. Anambwa.
Yes.
And yeah, 1 year be the job, man. 210 million Ghana cedi there. Mudu, nano half, and so you fly. Nasikasani, 300 million Ghana cedis. It's 290 will be one from Maya. And say, your father Trasa. And say, your father Trasa.
Would you want to hazard a guess why maybe the old administration, because I cannot start body from 2020.
Yeah.
Or mono and take action.
In fact, even mineral rights, royal ground royalty, and from 2016. From 2016 to 2026. Like
and
you are
all
saying.
of them are breaches.
They are breaches. I was so I buy in a year, no qua. Ana papa, a car within you. Yama 120 they went to but what I say, a car they say me, yes, a car is so share. But to the extent that me will be a class as a mining without operating permits. Operating permits.
That is a no.
Hey, without EPA authorization and not permits. How? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
finally, you will know my Enrami who stories. I think quote cards from City FM say already in Komoyi Kosono Chinese investors because Aqua could take you over mine. So who's our quote card?
I've seen it, but for me, I don't think it's relevant to the discussion because
but if some Komoni see who is
first of all who determine who's an investor? And Ghana Hanum, every mining company is a legal business entity like multimedia group. Anybody can walk in here sensing business opportunity. All other mining companies, people work there every day. It's because my coco whom Mahmoud Kabore or Takwa go visit here, don't Takwa go visit Amami. Giving a mining lease to another company or another individual is not absolute to a visit to a mine. And don't start starting anywhere. But what I say?
But if say you say China for a visit and they are coming the only after the revocation in Komaya Kosuya and Chichanso Kakra.
But the question is that whether the partner or call Jose or engage or more. Meet me a man of mine.
Yes.
Now, on one more side, do they have any legal power to grant mining lease to any person in this country.
No.
Until catch them say nipa no call because of person or jima no. It doesn't add up.
But say about
section
Mincom officers are in resi issues.
People come to this country every day, and they want to learn best practices. We pass them through the regulator, Minerals Commission. They visit other mines. They want to understand certain model. When you're a certain different African country, or person understanding a certain model. You say, model where there. Ebi angle code ashanti. Omune underground. Yanko honum. Ebi Adamus. Omune say yanko honum. So the fact that will be at the Minerals Commission, Aqua Mining Company, has nothing to do with Nkoma Yedi. It happens every day. Obi ye no sabi o ye mama toja padie bi of ye sorry en namu. In the mining company, I don't know move for contract my do Baba whom you are now seeing me to my and I'm going to mining list. So I know there is not even relevant to the issues that we are discussing.
Revocation, so the minister referring revocation, meaning there is no going back. The revocation stays.
It's long-term decision and future of the mine, no. So my penny na da by now no until decision be are going forward and painful. For now, Minister, I instructed the Minerals Commission. So and resume the management of the mine. So in fact, the first letter of recommendation by beyond all is a recommendation revoking as I recommend this, let's prosecute the leadership of the mine.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the fact in the Wontumi case. Anyway, that assignment without records
without prejudice to any legal.
I get you. But they seem to fall on all fours. If Wontumi was prosecuted, then it cannot end with revocation.
That's right.
Some prosecutions would have to happen.
That's right. They've recommended to the minister, and we don't have prosecution powers. Attorney General there are available evidences, and who being here say the prosecutor. That will be the next step, and for the future of the mine. In fact,
but a Canadian liabilities on the company.
That's right.
There was a company near Jumadi.
That's right. In fact, sometimes a decision can be arrived at. For instance, Future Global Resources for common a tremor. Omu kono, and at the time of termination, no more de $87 million. A car very near the adina. But the then government making a conditionality. So whoever is taking up the new mine,
have to be prepared to pay
shoulder liability I don't know the decision government will take going forward. Until I know the
Asempa FM.
But I can assure the people of Ghana, say, Emrano aye nyina ye kan ehumbo mu krujigu nkrata so 1992 constitution no. E hyese agudie bia ne ho adodode ye nyina ye dia no. That is exactly what Mampeni is doing. Making sure say be protecting all those mineral wealth, not to benefit a few, but to benefit the larger population. Emi Rama go fi bu anso a osi minister anamu ewo commission na ministry hono no. Or making sure say Mampeni ani so ade hunu bebam. Wa wa ye krado. So do mine mra edi to agudi odi be ye adwuma no. Krado say no beto abazakom.
That's fine.
Na wo a omfa mra no nya adwuma no. Because the best way to tell the global community and an investor community say there is a country, that country is blessed with certain mineral resources. Na okohwa ubenya mfaso wo investment. Now minus ubenya binu is about the sanity in the system. And sanity no begins with abiding by the rules of the game. And exactly what we are doing. A car, small scale miners, a revoke a certain 278 lines. We didn't hear anybody cry. Now we become Marawa and his Joanju. So yeah, you person help build the system. CSOs, I respect their opinion, but let's look at it in the face of the law.
In the face of the law. Very well, very well. Mahmoud Kabori, Ekasa Emma, the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Mahmoud, Yedase. Bibiani Yebesi Edin Komo. Good. Ekosiisen Suni. In the Mahmoud, sorry, Kojak Farmer for ABD and Komo, tell you, na afeyemra akane ne aspirant ne bi nso etumi akasa Asempa FM so ni Ekosiisen dwumedie ne waso guso a utie no enti yebehwe na yatoa so na afei yedi enkomo koja farmer munim won for procurement duru a na etiyare eduru duru na etiyare eduru enti Ghana for G2 mu papa ene omo the toothpaste brush mouthwash any ade bebre na aba indi yebedi nkomo sima kakra da ye ni afi ye ne aspirant ni bi etimi akasa minu ya se bibi ekoye de
obade adom ahoden wo hopa obade ade ahoden hopa gidi se wo so hu ye de
adumia obende adumia mehuna nuza wo shisha wo nioma ne sa ne mani age me who toothpaste wo me who mouthwash wo me who toothbrush in the end chance here mouthwash na so mfa so ye den
mouthwash ne eso wo mfa so bebri especially kujak de no na mouthwash mfa so na doso ne yeten se you dodo no a wo de ye na ebi o ha ma wonu mute ema sebis wodu bempenso bi na wunya toothbrush ne paste paste na opese wonum enka no brass anase etikwa ana wuyi fi ho a wuyi su mouthwash na etimi boa ebi wo so a sebis wanya cat bi ana wanya problem bi wo sen anase wonum ho a wo gam no ho a utimi yusu mouthwash ni bi etimi di ekura e wo wonum anase wo sen so ena ebi so boa ema se wo sensitive teeth wo se femfem a ene so boa enti kojak contain sa ne ma miensan we nyina no kojak mouthwash no ekita sa ne ma miensan we nyina no se cat bi wo gam no anase wanya problem bi ama wo sen ye wo ya ebi a moja kakra fi mu anase emututu a wonya kojak ye mouthwash ni bi edi jeje wonum wo so wonum a ebrena se ekuru na wo mu no ena esan pampan esan so boa ema wo enambe na so awa no esan strengthening ema ahoden etimi bamu yi nti mouthwash ndie kojak especially kojak mouthwash ndie ahoden umpa di juma hodo bibiri ade bo wanu mahomedi ho
ena juma enu di ne ye sonko from the toothpaste
paste ne ye paste ebi efrem toothpaste no ze toothpaste na nkasa no ne oka okwan to the right to ID enu mu nipa toothpaste di mu akoten apart from say mouthwash ne boa ama wonu mate na wonu ma ye hwam no toothpaste no eka ho a de bia me de ye mfato ho se etise de wode enwo anasa anwa ahye wonsa na wode nsuo kekebe hohoro anasa wode samana eni nsuo be hohoro enti toothpaste ni gina ho ma se enwo be na ewo wonsa wode tise de wode samana eni nsuo hohoro ekɔ ne ntem ena ekɔ nso a ejanka papa ewo wonsa no ho enti toothpaste no eba no se enuane bi akɔ hye wo sene ntem enka kakra wonum anasa wo se ase ni nyina no toothpaste no etimi eyiboa ena paste nso no kojak de ne ye na hodo be se enan ye wode eboa atu pampan bɔ ne wo wonum esan so ma wonum ye hwam esan ma wo sene ye den ena ye wode eboa asikaka no kwan enti eno so no esan ma wo gam no ye den esan ma wo ename no strengthen wo ename no ena ye wone eboa ayi sefemfem sensitive teeth abi a wo sefemfem no eyi saa wo hawo na fi ho eno so eka ho eboa apart from say ema wanum ate na ema ne mabone bi e wo wanum bi ne nyina afi ho na bacteria se bone bi e wo wanum ayi ne nyina afi ho mo wanum ada ho no saa ne ma mensa we ebia woni dwuma yidi enti me fa ne ba ko a yehwe kojak charcoal toothpaste na ye di bidie kan na aye enti eba ne pampan bone pa wo wanum sa opesa wo ma wanum ye hwam wo ma wanum te na wanum ahomedie ne ejina yi a eye kojak charcoal toothpaste ne yekanfo de ama ma wo sene so paa ye fita yeastins bia nema bia no aden akeka wo sene so ache enam de wudi ne ye wonom ama wo sekara ne sesa wonya kojak charcoal toothpaste ne bia eboa wo ma saa pampan bon ne fi wonum esan boa ma wo sene so te ma wo sene so da ho paa ye fita ma wonum da ho ama wonum yakono eye charcoal toothpaste no ena wo ba regular fried toothpaste na eno boa esikaka no kwan enti bacteria na bo wo simu ntokuro nketenkete a yemfu ye ni ho ada ache be mo anya kaka no saa minerals na fi wo seso no kojak regular fried toothpaste no efele saa minerals ne back enti ema pampan so papa ebe wonum ye hwam eti bacteria ne dodo na fi wonum na san aboa ama minerals afi wo seso asan arecover na eno achi no so no epu ahuro pa enti sa wo tikitu abi to toothbrush no twiusi a etimi etwiusi nyina ma da bia na ma wo pese wo to a echema wo and watching so paste no ya the toothbrush back question mu free say obi bia obenya Kojak regular fried toothpaste ni bi atono unya toothbrush so back free eboa so e ma wonum da ho ya paste bi betwitwi usia wi na ayesa wo bofunu bi Kojak de ne de ntisa e ma wonum da ho e ma wo ankasa hu say wo kondo say ubitimi adidi enya say edura elefa aduane de na enso so no e ma wonum da ho e ma utimi didi enti esan so eye eduro e ma wonum ne wose se wo paste wi a esan ya duro ma wonum ne wose e ma wunya se ho ha obi a enu achi no ene ye wo Koja P Koja F toothpaste no P ne F no P ne di kan ma obi a wo severe sensitivity wo sen ano femfem na no den no unya use P no edi kan bosome baako a afi na wo de ato ho na fi we use Koja F paste no eno na ne mouthwash ne mienu nyina ekobom enti wunya Koja P no toothpaste no nya na mouthwash na ka ho utwi usin wie epu ahuru ne gu wie a be 15 minutes no na wo de mouthwash ne gyeje wonum a wo so wonum be 2 minutes na ne so wapu agu memfa nsu huru wonum wo ye ne saa bosome baako na fi wo de no Koja P no esi ho na wafa Koja F toothpaste ne mouthwash no na nim so wa use ne saa ebeboa wo ama wo se femfem no ase tukura ma ne opese wudi abribia wakono de bia obetimi edi amana aboa wo nti ba no Kojak Oracle product na ya to ebo asa ye ni yi se ya he ne se duru a de mo a wo use no eboa wo ene ba ko e ka ho etwa to ne ye nkwala de ye hu se nkwala no niema ye dokodoko de ne doso saa wanya paste papa da bia na nkwala no esen esei enti unya Kojak case paste ne bia na de ba ko aso mani kura wo ho ne se ye won nkwala paste wabonti bi ye 2 to 6 years bi ye 6 to 12 years Kojak said da bi utọ ba ko ema oba no a omma mienu miensa betimi ayusu isa sakola wo 2 years 8 years 12 years 6 years omu nyina timi yusu Kojak space ni bi mane yeye ena utọ ba ko nsa toothbrush ba ko ehyemu free edema abofa no emma enkola nanum ye hwam emma scent na wom ene flavor na wom no ntia mankola na ne gye ho se otwini se nne ade kye a ono ankasa be finipem atwini se because emu hwam ene mu nso wode ntia mankola na ankasa fi mu pem etwi omo se esan bon kola na se ho ban fi bad bacteria sa eta se omo se ene omonuma ema omonuma humedie no enkoye ntia ba no Kojak Oracle product na ankasa mu no a ya to ye bo asa ye ni nyina se eduro uchi usi ana wose wudidi wonum ni no na esan bo wonum ene wosi nyina ho ban a ema wonya ha obi a
that's nice and toothbrush
no ya ye obi a ne seso ne de enti wo am wo sensitive teeth no wo sensitive toothbrush wo ho ai no be use ena ye wo regular toothbrush so ha ne de bi obi a betime use bi ene ye wo nkwala ne so no toothbrush so wo ho eno echi no so ye san wo Kojak Charcoal toothpaste ni toothbrush no so ho Charcoal no ya infusu toothbrush bia sa enti wo a black pa eboa ema sa niema keka wo senso no wo sentem a hyese wo sentem no etimi yi ni nyina fi wa ma wonum etimi ada ho enti ba ne toothbrush
obi bebi ato a ye benya bi wo hen
sesia de ene atu atese ukọ provision stores ahodo no nyina na se supermarket na ubetimi anya bi wo ho na open dodo pa de a agisa oba ya so ye anase wo frɛ yen baabi a wo ne betimi de nneema dodo no atimi de abrɛw anase be ma direction wo atimi aba ye shop kese wo nkran ha wo kan shi drug lane Kojak Pharma shop kese pa ene kumase so keye tedwa kese mu ho so no bi hu Kojak Pharma shop kese pa enti ye numbers ahodo edidi dwuma no na me de numbers ne betu dwa na me ma obi ate asese na odi kan se Kojak de ye shase with Procode eba ne yawo mekye pins a woni padua mu pa de a unya Kojak Procode ne benom tablet ne empanifo de na suspension ye nkwala de wonum bia efisima me nsantem kono na yawo woni padua mu anase wanya kata se ne kan se wanya code a ni nyina eyi fi ho sebe ohuni mu sone nsuo na sa ohuni mu sisi a ema ohuni mu da ho na san eboa esi saa ho na ade abrewa efa ohuni mu a esone nsuo ne ho no eye Kojak Procode yesi wo pharmacy shop anase chemical store wa jan wona so mepe Kojak Procode ne bi ono afisi ma me nsantem kono na oho ahyasese to enti wo pesa woni edi dwa anasa wo pesa woni edi nkomo a all the social media platform nyina ye wo so eye at Kojak Limited Kojak ne KOJACH and afi wo ba number no so a to free anytime bia obetimi afre ye wo numbers mi no edi dwuma enti number ne di kan ye 0531 07 00 and a 20 0531 07 00 and a 20 afi kumase ne important number so 0531 06 99 and a 45 0531 06 99 ɛna 45 na wɔn setimi aka na yɛdi nkɔmɔ bia wopɛsɛ wo hu ɛfɔ yɛ onum ahomedie ɛne yɛ pista ahodoɔ no so ɛho
fantastic Frank may na ase bibia ni yɛbɛsi adi nkɔmɔ
mate me da ase pa da so makonya
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM area ne Frank ewie aspirants ne bi will be joining us by ansana no lawyers edema former registrar of the scholarship secretariat Dr. Kingsley Agyemang na lawyer for a issue statement sa kodie Bafo Ewua and partners almost say we write as lawyers for Honorable Dr. Kingsley Agyemang, our client, the former registrar of the Ghana Scholarship Secretariat, in respect of recent public commentary by Her Excellency Saba Zita Benson, High Commissioner of Ghana to the United Kingdom and Ireland, aimed at renewing public ridicule against our client. Our client maintains that he executed his work as former registrar of the Scholarship Secretariat He executed his work as former registrar of the Scholarship Secretariat with utmost diligence and therefore denies any wrongdoing. Furthermore, as the High Commissioner herself has acknowledged, investigations have already been initiated into the allegations of corruption surrounding the awards of scholarship during the tenure of the previous administration. In the circumstances, the High Commissioner's resort to the media to publicly berate our client rather than allowing the appropriate security and investigative bodies to discharge their mandate is regrettable and unwarranted. It is worthy of note that this is not the first time the High Commissioner is making such wild allegations, notwithstanding the pendency of investigations by state security and investigative agencies. Our client has not only availed himself to the said state security agencies, but has fully cooperated with them with a view to ensuring that the allegations are thoroughly investigated. His name is completely cleared and the matter is brought to a definitive conclusion. Our client is a law-abiding citizen who remains focused on faithfully discharging the mandate entrusted to him by the good people of Ebuakwa South and is firmly committed to the rule of law and due process. He remains confident that in the fullness of time, the truth will prevail and he would be vindicated. This is signed by Sakodie, Bafo Ewua and partners. In the statement, free Dr. Kingsley Agyemang, lawyer for her Abba, and medini nyina ato manim no Ekosiisen so ne high Asempa FM ma yenhwe na yeni enkomo yenhye ase with some of the aspirant Greater Accra Region first vice chairperson aspirant Rahel AS Tutu Rahel akwa bete sen
Yenya obi
bibia ye boko
Nyankopon adom bibia ye boko
moye ballot wo da number sen
pacho me da number 1
oh number 1 wow and I hope first vice chair
pacho
and I hope number 1
pick number 1
well, first time I will contest for party position
obi pacho debi this will be my third competitive election.
Oh okay that's what hold the party position da
pacho
now where then
pacho currently me na me Greater Accra Regional Treasurer second term in office for Greater Accra.
What the treasurer for 2 terms? And I've also be first vice chair.
But ansana meba be the treasurer for 2 terms no. Na ya appointed me regional financial secretary. That was 2015.
Okay.
Unfortunately 2016 na your regional treasurer no e kan chinigu ye. Empenyifo tena say esusu ho fa your constitution na nanka wo say elected officer.
Yeah.
Ena or acting.
Sure.
But esa me modern boy na Madine di achempenyu for no mama me acting as treasurer. That is from 2016 to 2018 I call me first competitive election as in the regional party structure.
Sure.
But before then no so na my contested TESCON elections the then IPS and then UPS.
Now UPS.
Yes. The then IPS 2004 no. Almost yes, almost shasi no. That time na me remu. Me koye Chartered Institute of Marketing UK.
Okay.
Intimidate na executives near me now for 4. Intina makoye to say acting assistant secretary sort of.
Yes.
It wasn't official but na me assistant secretary no. in all nejuma na oh yeah. And me free hall 2007. Me sign call back 2011. Ebe year UPS and to pursue a degree. A honor so me kokoye Tescon Wukom 1 term, and I me koye Tescon vice president 2 terms. Inti a modern boni mun a man penny for they identify me eventually no mo be me regional financial secretary.
And subsequently over be a treasurer.
Me patron.
In the first time as treasurer and then I appointed.
No, the first time appointed as a financial secretary.
Okay.
And then by appointment. Okay. Then I acted
as treasurer.
Oh, okay. 2016 to 2018.
Okay.
And now 2018 me call for elections. Me patron.
Okay. You are the incumbent regional treasurer.
Me patron.
That na one say uncle treasurer living up so if.
Obi empanyi forecast and be say insio taifa akocha ejihia and me jidin so say Ejuma Maye at the Treasury Department and the party in general no experience a magada ne adesua amenya no e was say metimi come nim because abrabon ye bokọ ye nim inti no then e was say me fro come nim and apẹ ye party organogram no from treasurer no mean see form and kase bia me call organizer na me call some other position either say me call secretary any of the vices and other chairperson inti mene me mpanyinfo susu ho dwene ho na kire say ekwan mu da ho se meko for first vice no eno nti na meko for first vice.
Meaning saying the organogram no treasurer was so saying the organizers no.
Yes, in the organogram no you were the chairman. Then they about first and second vice. And then under the same chairman no Yaba secretary on the left, treasurer on the right.
Okay.
Then under the secretary, you were organizer. Under organizer, you have the women organizer, the youth organizer, the Nasara organizer.
Okay.
Under the secretary again, you have research, and then you have electoral affairs.
Okay.
Then under the secretary, so you have communication, and then you have financial secretary na quite says standalone although on a treasurer and a year juma on share treasurer and say direct yes but on a treasurer no and a year juma
but what's the difference between treasurer and the financial secretary?
Okay, basically in treasurer no and a share to the day-to-day financial administration of the party accounts, not only the financial aspect but also handles the logistics for the party. You take stock, you take records, you see to the appropriate disbursement of logistics as well in terms of nkofo donating near mama party for party ejuma no treasurer and una yewa ejuma, but the financial secretary is serving more or less as a check to you because ejuma na wo ye no one kasa untimi nsanya ohu checker. Into no financial secretary na ko it say S checker ama treasurer no
like auditor.
Yes, into no na obey prepare the statement of accounts and all those other financial documents no to complement the work of the treasurer. And then together no the treasurer will get her financial report or be submit ama the executive committee through the chairman.
It's been said by many say more party no ho akono no eswate. Enti why do you still want to be an executive in the party? And I won't pay obi ntina enye
obi me asam no me kan so politics na ye no ho se me nso me kan akwa it is addiction. Unya remu wie it's somehow difficult to get out. And our system nso aye wo no oye wadwen so say u free mu na contest bioma and new reforms here about with the new constitutional amendment amasi former executives are being recognized formally. Nanka first no ufri mu a na chese we free mu wan hwe ya na yankai obiom. But me jidin so say me ye bebu no I still have a lot to offer. Because when ni adwuma amafa to me ho so say me apart from a personal business am me no when another adwuma amafa to me ho so nti since anyame ama ya hoden na ye won kwane atiase ne de ye bekoso aye till we get to the pinnacle. Ebi another achieve ndru yen yeso na Ghana ye ready for a first female president. Na ebi ana ebedru ho no na
Rahel Tutu
na ba be
President Rahel Tutu.
Pachani.
Is it student politics dey near for pressure?
Be pachani pressure ni ye obi oni me from UPS bia no.
Oni say for pressure.
Pachani into to so be from pressure.
Obi pressure.
Me obi adi adwuma shemensa. I go all out to get it done.
Okay.
And semeno ye adwuma so I mean ma that peace of mind not until we deliver.
Yeah.
We were supposed to organize a program. Now the then our candidates ex-president Nanado na Oba campus for a program.
Oh, okay.
Organization na is enko shishishe ma mesenia na me pese ekono coming from a background of event management, you know. And nice and my colleagues have many omuye adwuma mi gina omo so. Enti na ba ku bie na no say chale why then they call you pressure, you they give you pressure too much. And abeka ma omo mu ni me no esate so omo frame pressure
pressure. But I want to say Greater Accra so a unique region for so many reasons. Enti say party for the trauma now be a first vice. What is that A factor about it? Then I would back on board the party.
Obi my A factor as a regional first vice, mekane say enkabom, because your past 8 years administration no, ye nyasa enkabom no as executives anye adwuma.
Okay.
And me ho say mikita sa factor no anasa su ene ban no me wo ahombrase ayede nipa eye adwuma me wo obuo ema nipa ena se me wo ahombrase na me obuo ma nipa na chese metime ne me chairman na delegate ebeyi on ne Saturday no I tnase aye adwuma ye ama region no yetimi afa ye ntoma perfra obi afie ha we se one wo producer and our production team semuntimi ntena se you ewo nkabom a adwuma no enkoso setem bia akasa ewo montema enkoso ebia uti he na o production manager aye bibi nka wo se one ne tena dem na one ne ka se PM de oye de me feel say nka ye no ana bia nka beboa but to free them na kogina car park now start say o ka o PM ho asema definitely no OPM so best start say or fa ho trimuka nti on tene ne ho no ne wo enya adwuma no eno ne me A factor me dey share delegate for boss say omu yi me as omo first vice chairperson me dey ahomrase ene nkabom e dey chairman omu beyi no aye adwuma se bibi po na chairman beye ana me feel say chairman ne ye na enko yi a me ne chairman betena se wo dem ne ye di nkomo na ye di ye ato bebie wo say ye de to
chairman umbe ne de say Dr. Okoboy and obi enim doctor and men kamea na makama no ya wo wasema and me ana me maka nti Dr. Bernard Okoboy no Dr. Okoboy brutal nti delegates no nyina nim de also omoye Dr. Bernard Okoboy and nti Dr. Okoboy ba no be ye adwuma kama na also am support ne nyina kama alright but my question is you may have heard omo eka say executives amu ho dada no mama party ni seats a drop 34 this year momo were just 5 pe in the anka mu nyina mo kope ba bi ntina na new faces emra what is asem na den na obeka
obi yes matete but is it fortunately or unfortunately me position first vice na kwani akoye adada form yenu
oh okay
and of for ba kom so no do oba bejai na yes regional factors ema yedinya ye 5 seats no obi it goes beyond yen as regional executives ye niama bebre ya anko ye government party relationship some government policies and a party nankasa so ye suni ye ban bia ye di ye adwuma going into 2024 obi it comes back to the reason why in time is person me first vice say o chairman na say bio ya ye mu binom akwa abonte akogu ne ho fia ne tumi akita no de ye adwuma abrase enti chairman be free meeting crowd for parliamentary candidates so mo mrambe tena se na yensusu na yendwin ekwan ya yebefa so ayebe adwuma ma omo anya omo constituency na region so akonanim no parliamentary candidates emma meeting because of feel say chairman need to me resources are about for 2024 campaign in Pempino do na and go through the regional party if it's true na accord direct to the candidates and the candidates no doesn't owe any accountability to the regional party because enya wo na wo the resources no man de aye adwuma na senya wo na wo man resources de aye adwuma locus ben na wo a o de kwakọ kyerɛ na na wode kɔ akɔfrɛ ne sɛ adwuma wei yɛfa ne sei anaasɛ yɛfa no left and also is one of the things that affect yen and na osan back constituencies ni ma obi amfa nche honhom a eti yemu as politicians and also cause yen power region nim because after primaries no one side feel say ya mafia ne candidate and ne candidate and win into on tene ne ho na onye adwuma we ye niam kakra bi a ekɔ so a affecting yen obi time bia yeka say elections it is one at the polling station this time out it is one at the constituency level yen region officers yen supervisors of the constituency me say na me supervise la any lejokuku as an individual but na zone na yedema is one of the most difficult zones the coastal Krowo to Dododio you are just there to help and assist them na konya nkrofo a oni omo ye adwuma watimi wakame no and it all stems from the disrespect of authority.
I think you've diagnosed mo problem no enti nipa no endorse was say ni bebre na din comment. What I'll do is remember 1 minute speak directly to delegates abeto aba Saturday why they should vote for you in 1 minute.
Greater Accra delegates enyumrei mo amunua ba moba Rahel Tutu ena ebabe nemo kasei mesre mo senyankopon ya adoma memneda muduru tema wayeka mo be kai me na matu abama as my original first vice menemo aba mo constituency aba bedin komo bebre yesusu niema bebre ho ensema ye kan ye nkomo aye boye no me hye mo bo senyame ya adom na memneda motoma me a mere emfri sa nkomo no na de menemo kan ye bia ne nso no mediso na maye na ya boa na region no afa ne ntoma pa Efra.
Fantastic. And we wish you well.
Obin Pacho, ahakoye Greater Accra no. Akoye enkran for asase enkran for ne doso. Nti senka obema me kwan ya na kasima.
That's fine.
Inyemi me ke incheme ina kename New York Greater Accra constituency region emi. Imbanye de omane bekene. Imba nkenye banasane gba pi. Minkpanye fai Saturday Kenya she trade fair wayek. Obi facha me ya to aba no trade fair ma trade fair na committee we etema wayek Kenya she wayek ni gitema community 5 minkanye fa keshinye ba kai mi Rahel Tutu number 1 ye ballot paper no ninya for shiki ahami ni maba nye here as nye first vice ni inke chairman nye bagie ke other executive say what chuni ni Greater Accra wonye wo win wo seat any wo lose we back minda nyeshi.
Fantastic. Why are we wish you well. Why? Bibia bekoye. Why? That's Papa Panyami Shao. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. It is from the Greater Accra region, Yemfamonko, the Eastern region of Ghana. Now, Udu Eastern region and so nipa mienu na contest for the regional chairmanship position ewo Eastern region. Chairman Kujo eka nipa mienu no eho. Wabe kansa wa homanso mienu no enkasa Chairman Kujo akwa bana pom te saying
Obi.
Yes, Chairman. Na bibi adumo
Nami dia che minia.
Hey, me te won ka che papa.
Papa. Say ajume uja say the Ekosiba media bring na me chill na say. We say who boy juma only really don't reach me kwa kuchu ni o mai hini. Yeah. That be every team we say we say station here. Ka say I kuchu wa me jimi di anka ho na ka de ye no mo adati.
Yeah, that's say your friend waje yen so. Na so far bibi ekoye campaign net saying
Obi campaign ni de yedi kan ye de asidani be mu twedi anko be wa share so na ebesi safri you may if you I check Accra that's any twin bus station na say we say before last 50 last year I think June you started to an more region na ora Dr. Mahmoud Baumi adi na juma share yensa me too one more ye dey na be January no that is nyame man nsa so na mi right mo dey share me say me regional coordinator man no begin na you so na say free or na is a party ni share any say frase from the January na ba polling station their constituency and then abedu ye so enti nyame boy ho ban de ekọ ebada na enti we can't complain. Yeah, so then I did move to the for because Obi Saka Mushishi Yeko Benino Pentecost in Yame, Apostolic in Yame, Omi crying or dear Coban on one, green no. Yeah, that's the Daman no pet. And I
so far, what to me are your constituencies Nina Irie?
Oh, Obi, I don't say you may. I'm the only candidate I'm called twice. And it's a necro now have a rapport up on Gata.
Oh, okay.
Because 3 in okay, so but finally the kind of the last 4 years, we move back to them.
Yes.
I feel said that the air connoisseur, because the first 3 we and I'm a sample you record twice. Intinu to call the second time. The second time, then I mean, and then you know,
oh, okay.
You know, I call it twice. Any delegates, in Akushia, since I had 12 by you, the new current executives in the region.
Now, why year constituency chairman for 2 terms? What attempt is our regional chairman or first term, Ankoye. And I will sign Ababio. What is the motivation? Why do you really want to be chairman of MPP? Ewo Eastern Region. At the Dana, push you.
Obi, region between since 1992, starting from Rana, Wizard Dankwa, Nami Woman, Rabu Hakman, Uswajiman, na Ustimu Akutin. Any idea? If you want about 1996, about 2000, Mrs. Sabrina, Obi, the strongest motivation. Mrs. Sabrina, baby, I yet to know. I see 2 1 more. And it's over the year 2000. MPP, yeah, proper data. Time Professor Mills, and President Kufuor runoff. I think as the presidential numbers, what region we are picking 67.6%. Since that time, for 26 years down the line, every election cycle we decline. Every election cycle we dropped. And they are dropped from 67, 65, 63, 60, and they do 51.5%. So at this stage, I realized we need a new operational leader in the region. And I believe myself, the Yamidia chain was ideal we move in terms of politics, the process that I've gone through. The Yamiya Maduma, we can lift the numbers up because baby opposition from 26% has managed themselves grown up to almost 46, 48%, which is very threatening. And Eastern region is the second largest regional MPP victory since this current dispensation. We are in crisis, and it's supposed to be a leadership agenda and the national agenda. And who is pushing it to draw the attention to national? We are regional. And my Kunibidiano, and you saying, and only idea the strongest motivation. I mean, say, winning the year 2028. We need a new operational leader. Obi, me coming in, it's not just a chairman. All the delegates that I'm I'm coming in as a new operational manager, not a regional chairman that everybody believes. Because to take the responsibility and lead the region. You know, this is the mindset that I think you need to bring on board.
Yeah. Into specific Bosheben na Odiashe party for no efa mu electoral fortunes ho into the Omoto Abama as regional chairman 2028 elections no and then would deliver the Ama party for no.
Obi, our message is very simple. And also this is the first time in my candidature with the on board issue-based campaign. Because most of the time, you know, it's all slogans and emotions and other things that not reaching the man who say a tie happen. And you know, the case say we are going to increase our percentage in the region.
Okay.
And Ubia will move everybody. And I even keep saying all the former leaders, all the former executives, I'm bringing everybody on board. Now, the ethnicity is the major problem for us because, you know, the Eastern region, you know, we have different ethnicity situation here. And, you know, it's one thing I'm going to focus and work. Why maybe other side, our party is not attractive to them. We need to work hard and then bring all of them on board. It will be such strategy in India. Yeah, can't because we are now where this to you are now to your opponent, your opposition. In Chimini, part of the operations are working how to get the youth to also have the attractiveness from them because then we say MPP is not attractive to the youth. It's about our communication. Go and check the history. Since the independent till now. Ope president wafa youth Jomaya Jumba and Anekufuado. Go and check. You take your time and do your data and your research. Nanekufuado name branch here a Juma Chengupia. If you name them, and even in MPP side, look at the caliber of the people in parliament, their age. Now, short time, maybe 8 years ago, maybe 16 years ago, and the rest. Because you're Ponkroma, Muamunian, Munaka, who be Samia, Uku, John Kuma, Steka, name them. Abraham Sassare, and maybe I will do Nakufado Fano. Now he was still in the early 30s. Oh,
okay.
And you know, Osei Mrantia, Sebi Yadomaya Juma, Kinsley Ajuma, and call government scholarship secretariat. They were all nominated Mrantia. And that crumple that's who Mrantia. Majority of them are still under 50. But
Chairman, I mean,
our communication is not talking about it. We are saying, say, MPP is not attractive. In this Sami Jamfini, KJ, no move a town or no more. Now, you don't move board games, your friends say NDC is attractive to the youth. It will be a full so we are branching now going this year. It is easily to get appointment. But more appointment change. But because we don't make noise about it. One of the areas that we need to champion it and work hard. Eastern region what that a young, capable leadership in the region. We have to draw their attention to that.
Asempa FM.
And there are some common media and it's about leadership also. Who is leading the region?
Yeah, but my final question, Chairman Kujo, say, up against the same person who only contested last election. Odi Usu in Kunim, ono ye incumbent regional chairman. Ufri say a very easy task, Saadi amount.
Obi, it's not going to be easy. Election they keep to but the point is that that is why I'm saying that this current elections, is about issue based. So we need to play his record. He needs to put his record. He has been in the head of affair for almost 8 years. Only the Nyame and Adom Kakra. So Orban will be the regional secretary.
Yes.
And as a regional secretary for 4 years, you know your data that you confronted with. What did you do? 4 years later, the party still reward you and Yedobeye national and regional chairman. So tell us our record. It's the record that speaks. The Yansai and Twauswana. Because when you came in, we were hovering around 63 as a secretary who at a Yaya party, and you say most secretaries are the head of the operation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your record, 63%. And you dropped to 60%. So the party gave you opportunity to think, say, ABR, will be to IABB. 60%, we have dropped all the way to 51.5%. This is very dangerous and very risky for the party to say, delegates, give you another opportunity to him and any the moment but let the record speak. Now you're taking the decisive decision. It's not about the emotion, it's not about personality contest. This is the issue that is confronting us. And how are we going to rescue and how are we going to resolve it? And the Obi Asema making say ABA or no, but I'm mentioning it to you. So this is what my analysis, my data has been proven for 26 years. Eastern region always declining, and now they own two succession. In the 2 cycles, you were in it. Intermediate. Beja my delegate, so many say
very well.
Me or GDA say, baby, it is time for change.
Very well. Chairman, order number 2 on the ballot paper. Inti Memao Simami in 2 minutes. Only delegate Retro Abaden Kasa directly, me pacho.
Obi, they make a change of vision for and say, baby, the party is ready for power in the year 2028. They need a new leader, a new mindset. We need a new organization for the region. The Empire Boy say, Obia our region from the chairman of Council of Elders, the national chairman of Council of Elders who is coming from the region, our former president who is coming from the region, all this leadership, they give birth to this current dispensation, a woman from 1992. And never be in Chilimano. Are we going to look at it? Said the tier near the Aqua could do him. Region I'm asking the delegates of the MPP, say they should try me, and then let's see the results of the year 2028. And I believe, say, me maka say inclusiveness, Obiansa Umubi from that top all the way to the people that they are going to vote. I do 2028, nobody in 18. The party will be attractive in the region to help us to push our numbers from 51%. At least, I promise between 63 to 65% in the year 2028 with the organization that will put it in place in the region. And I believe, sir, that will help our candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, to becoming the president, because these 2 regions, the Ashanti and Eastern region, form the electoral college in this country for almost 30%. And you can't joke with it, Obi. It is time for the new mindset and the new operations and the new confidence that we are bringing on board in the region from Saturday. And I believe, inshallah, God will help me to succeed.
Chairman Kujo, my nasi, we wish you very, very well. Namen Kao, Memenda, Enumre, Besides Reading Comobio. Why?
Thank you, Obi. Namen Shamu. We are afraid next time you have a bus studio. I'm not begging me Wednesday. Don't worry.
But yeah, that's a papa. And the Chairman Kujo, and you're turning canon number 2 on the ballot paper, Eastern Region, Abattoir, Bekoso, Ewo, NPP, Amanyo Kono Emu. Yentiewe Emraya Ba, we get to speak to Dr. Bernardo Koboy and some other people. Stay with us.
Na ede na aya obayi a oda forma so ne yafunu mu emunumuni.
Oh, Mr. Entry, also yare ya titi be ben fie pi nanso ne yam nyono da. Se me show no ahodo amato a me hunu hwe a ebe ya nwanwa.
Menyi ni se what ulcer tamfo Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture yanum bom kotia ulcer no bia ma no anom. Anka ne ho ato no dadaada. Ulcer dro de eno ne Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture.
Ankom ni nchiremu.
Ulcer ye kura eto yefunu ene ensunu mu. Etuma wo yefunu ekeka wa. Wogire ho a enyi. Ulcer etumi ema wo ye cheko ebre a wedidi awie. So how eye ulcer de a kope Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto.
Pedudu etu a ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 020-3822-855 Apefo abatan ya woma won mofra no fo ene mofra woni mfie dumienu enka ho Haxa capsules ene ne mesha
Ulcer tamfo edie age edwadie nkratoyi yi atom.
This August, the Super Morning Show was done pretending. Sustainability isn't just tree planting. It's whether the systems we depend on actually last. Lights that stay on, water that reaches the bucket, food that nourishes people instead of rotting away, roads that take us home instead of taking our lives. When things keep failing, that's a sustainability crisis. So this month, we're asking why. Why land guards still run our neighborhoods? Why food rots in bins while our neighbors sleep hungry? Why the road that killed your cousin still has no signage? Why half the water you pay for never reaches your bucket? Uncomfortable? Good. That's the point. Stay tuned to the Super Morning Show throughout August for Joy Sustainability Month. Sponsored by MTN and Momo.
The National Pensions Regulatory Authority, NPRA, is the regulatory body of the pensions industry in Ghana, ensuring the compliance of the three-tier pension scheme, being the mandatory basic national social security scheme, first tier, managed by SNET, a mandatory fully funded and privately managed occupational pension scheme, second tier, and a voluntary fully funded and privately managed provident fund and personal pension scheme. Employer enforcement has been beefed up, and therefore we are entreating all employers to enroll their workers onto the first and second tier mandatory schemes and pay their contributions. Failure to do so will result in prosecution. NPRA, ensuring retirement income security.
From a good year, MIA in Pem. Na the Bonifa no National Reserves no, and non so a husika ena a boy and the chidom. Na inkra a form a good year e wohono, asembisa ba kope no munina ebisa, in faswa bain and a yenya. Osanabo sumi ne die tosu edu watche, sa asembisa no, yebeyiano. Enyuma kesi etu e from a good year. Enyuma nketwa etu e from a good year. Wana wedi gold hudja na nanoma hemfo. Assembly members, emebunu, emma ewo catchment areas no. Ye nyina yet na dan baakom edi ye ho nkomo. Dwumedi ebe kwa wieye no, ye nyina ye de nsa be hye krata ase a ye friend catchment charter. Jumedie Cassie, Nipa Ortene Dream, a Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Teki Teikochu, our Tosumino, a Baimum Penifua Yatunsa Afrewon, a Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana, Oswafua Oshe, a former. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table. Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takiteikuchu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and the Ghana Gold Board. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public.
Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake. Jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takiteku Chu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission,
the Ghana Medical Trust Fund,
and the Ghana Gold Board. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public.
Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake. Jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takiteku Chu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission,
the Ghana Medical Trust Fund,
and the Ghana Gold Board. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public.
Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake: jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the gold board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the catchment charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempinski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takiteku Chu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele Constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission,
the Ghana Medical Trust Fund,
and the Ghana Gold Board.
Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public. Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake: jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the gold board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the catchment charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempinski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takiteku Chu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele Constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission,
the Ghana Medical Trust Fund,
and the Ghana Gold Board.
Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves.
But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public.
Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake: jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempinski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takite Kuchu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission,
the Ghana Medical Trust Fund,
and the Ghana Gold Board.
Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public. Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake. Jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempinski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takite Kuchu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission,
the Ghana Medical Trust Fund,
and the Ghana Gold Board.
Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public. Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake. Jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempinski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty King Takiteku Chu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele Constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and the Ghana Gold Board. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public.
Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake. Jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table. Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty King Takiteku Chu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele Constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and the Ghana Gold Board. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public. Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake. Jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table. Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty King Takiteku Chu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele Constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026.
2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekosiisen On Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and the Ghana Gold Board. Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public.
Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake. Jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Gold Board reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the Catchment Charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adum TV, and
Asempa FM. Obi neba do biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa na bo. Obi neba do biba, obibo, obi neba ode Asempa na bo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu our Asempa de mamba. Obi so
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asugu so a utie ne ma yenamu nyina ase na yensan mama kwa ba yemfa momra dwumedie yi eso ohwe yemra akana in the next 25 minutes and yebepon 7 p.m. Because I was here the aspirants be pray na etumidin komo and a final day for campaigning. Let's still stay in the Greater Accra region. Na Osha regional chairman contest na nipa mienu ena age na ewo Greater Accra region bakon Dr. Bernard Okoboy wabekansa wa homanzi ene no ABD enkomo na mamenkai mo se Ghana ene La Côte d'Ivoire unim se omu bo some kind of a playoff. Medical catcher mo say 4 teams that qualify for semi-finals of WAFCON no or automatically qualify for World Cup. But you 2 more slots. In this 2 slots no and Ghana so air privy. Yeah, can say ye lead Côte d'Ivoire by 2 goals to 1. 2 goals to 1. In the Empire say you beat me you win here. You have 1 more match to play na fe. You win here no so and you World Cup. Mamene Dr. Koboy and Kasa. Doc Akwaba Ekosiisen Sony.
Miami Odine Casano.
And Onoa Neka say.
Lawyer. Lawyer elder. And a senior state person, Yamisha.
Amen. Dr. Bernard Okoboy. No, Charlie. We brutal. Eddie, so far, campaign nako saying.
Obi, Nyamiadom, Yaya Porikama. I think just about 2 or 3 consensus now one thing and two about. So if I stand corrected, I think elections in a year out of 34, I think about 30 or 31 of them. Now, Yachi almost needing a area equally called Amasama and Timamicha chairman in the executives now. And yeah, like I said, about 30 plus constituencies. Now, so far the message in the I think say we share the Ekosiisen message in a conform. Now, delegates across the region, I share me boss they would choose a youthful, vibrant chairman so that the Boama 2028 Dr. Baumia Abaye president na Adom na Yasum on my way. It will be so far no. The response has been very, very good. Now, we should say Monday over Femino now with the delegates, consensus secretaries, our Accra Romano. Now with the youngest child for the New Patriotic Party in the most crucial region in Ghana. Now, Dr. Koboy, the chairman.
Sir, Osei, because you've been an MP before, while running campaigns at the constituency level to become a member of parliament, or the campaign at that level, let it compare regional campaign to become regional chairman. In so differences be woman there.
I think a secretary because me call primaries to be made a parliamentary candidate, not even a general election. Who's way inside, way internal party activity.
Yes.
So similar to Tama, me per se, a parliamentary candidate for the 2024 election, I had to go to close to 2,000 party delegates, police station executives. And Metrokukuna were 19 zones. So I had to go to 19 different areas, meet people, average 100 number with 100 people, and convince them why they have to vote for me to stand on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. Now, when you overcall every place, you have about, let's say, 20 people you are talking to. And I've been to over 30 places. So a similar message must be tailored towards Omu Sebidi, Omu Shese, a Buana build party. In fact, my message for even the party, I don't feel say Sebio is the message for the general public. That's why Osei campaign now. I've not done a lot of media and all that. But the point I want to make is say, I was say Umfa Uboma or delegate. This time the council executives. I was say who identify with them no more so you be obet me be a man until Katana here. I am the moment as I said, me my parliamentary candidate on 3 occasions. Who the executives they are like your cabinet. So me as what delegates say, I know how their language and how to live with them. That's the most important thing. And then secondly, I made them understand, say, the fortunes of the party are confirmed because Sebio Sebi. And if you get a leader, Obehanesi, Obia, the Owo, Obiansa Omua, Obi, you sit, fight, and of course, so crash a be one. Now, my mom wanted to say, we are targeted 21 seats in 2016. Worst case scenario, we should split the region 50-50 with the NDC, which is 70 seats apart. So, Obi, the message has been strong. Like I said, it's a message for an internal party. So, I'll not go into the details. But my actual one say, I'm a candidate that stands for unity, that stands for energy, that stands for vibrancy, that stands for innovation, that stands for adaptation. I was saying adapt just over to modern times. Now wait till me I capture power. May remind you, all the council executives say 1957, over 60-70 years ago, Uko Parliament, CPP party, and almost doors to chow be a parliamentary seat. And then Uko Ghana Parliament, CPP, we Uko. Once the seat after 21, about 14, about 5, one show you 20 years time, Obi decide MP to Accra, one show with you. Dr. Kobo is here to make sure that we would regain our glory and reverse the trend. Omua, Sebio Sebi, Omua, the mastermind of the decline. They cannot be the same to supervise the absence. Now, and Nuna Media Share Party for Bose. Obi campaign we Catalonia Akosu, and Uncle Bueno system no Ninechi, and no idea, Mama Party, as you say. Sebio, ye pediobe Jumano, then you know, you Jumana, ye be board Dr. Baumechi, ye be supporting, I'm our president. Obi, system in Bia,
yeah.
Sebio, Obi per se, on them, not party in one the pocket. Mama, greater crack, conscience, executives at church, say, power is safe in our hands. We, I am Kwabatu, or more from how Mukochi and Aju. I had to Abamono. Amunyan Sana was saying from building the MPP. And then they have to about we party for form any GDS woman. No, be our own coaching. Sebi etina in crime. No air directing them. That's Subani Nama a party in the air who are crowned. And this time, Dr. Koba will make sure that practice, it comes to an end.
Wow, Auntie, in your estimation, no, the rival I will bar up against, or you will be he's been in the regional executive, before. Or first time I will bar in the. How difficult is this contest as far as you are concerned?
Oh, we say World Cup now, and Lami Yama said the first time.
Yes.
And so the medal na befi. Obi. Then I yati team seven. And you be our dear grower proper performance so check and all the cap befi. The most important is the Ewo Accra Hano. Dr. Koboy, marginal elections on 3 occasions. I mean, Junior Man, the New Patriotic Party. Fortunately for me, Ubale Jokukua, you were Sebi, I'm going for you are transform her, you are no more free stream or you are careful. And to me, politicians have dealt with all kinds of tribes. Every tribe, almost every tribe in Ghana. Me a politician, I me handle over 300 police stations. I'm a politician, a honor, Sebi, and some money Patriotic Party. The point I'm making is all the additional learnings I was so being sure and then I would deep part in any one kind of Dr. Shia Sanyamano. Now, I'm probably opponent, no executive, I think 8 or 9 or 10 years ago. Obi. Time executive, no more I woman. Baby, Sebi, Obi Awanya 18, and then I know 18. How do you call it? Next election. Now the bunny was maybe 6 years old. Obi. They are now at that time, no near my sister. Now, may come on your show, say, Yamibwa now delegates, or Mumu Dr. Chairman, and my opponent, a very short say, Council of Elders, no become because open you fear, there be any movie, now, so Obi, call World Cup, no, Asamajan, one shed that you, okay, are you aware of Kobe?
Yeah, Okobi.
As a Wajano can Ghana team, now you do any say, boys, the back camp, any hotel now. I don't know, leading the charge. Now I charge you one. I don't know, 2 number one. I won't be Fiena, I'm a Cobona, or my a little bit frustrated, or see, no more worry, Kakrebe. That is the role the opponent, remember what play in the New Patriotic Party. Game now, Kobono, we hear energy. That the whole greater crowd, one moment, as I say, aban sebi untimi nya sebi o resources cha aban so di nuko challenge no na di nyama mienu pe and opposition bet me watch aban. The first one is communication. You can talk more than the government, especially if you are motivated. And number 2, you can have more energy than the government. Kaite 2024 we were in power, but the energy of the NDC was overwhelming compared to ours. And so you need a candidate who represents energy, who has energy, and who would apply energy. Toby. And see, my message is clear. Make sure you put men of energy on the field. Let those who are not in that category advise and counsel from behind. And I believe, sir, the message has gone way down. The message, yes, doctor, no, now I am minister. Message, I do no, and you were power and come with party post and the message is very simple. Obia wanya bibi wa ben mu other party no say party no competition on coffee and koda or the some party. And so share obia wa dwen ya o say wanya niama also or deployed to help the party. And no is a true sign of love and commitment. Now before answer am ready to know my main congratulating me but obia or your consulting executive abaso Accra. The reason is that should be our election. I said what to Shaman Crawford. I could see and do say young Bonsu nobody executive. At the time I was opposition a Chelsea Nipano or a true and true lover of the New Patriotic Party. Obi.
It's true.
Who shall be now a pedigree time I was opposition some Crawford no mudo party no because me be the parliamentary candidate in 2015 when MPP was in opposition. Bobby,
yeah.
And I am convinced beyond doubt. Say, Obia, what did one Gina in all the 34 constituencies or about the Okobabe Juma at Chamano, they love this party. And once they love the party, I know they will choose a vibrant chairman who has energy so that Saomo Dono, it will translate into power. Now, it translates into power, we can create opportunities for Ghanaians and then we can also move forward. And so far, no, it's been a peaceful, clean campaign. Now, Medda Muswasi, Mitimi Constitutional Doctor, Mitio Asempa, Obikura Kacheme, and they say, Mishana Ajantua, Miyasu Asemi Manu Chino, and the man in the Ajatu Aban in Temobi. And see, Nanka and Nekra, Shushan and Obika, and Dominic Kachemi say, and then on an am Basho, and I didn't have a fan, so yeah, too late. Next week, Mushan Umami, and see, Musho Lusu, delegates to the say, Omutiemuna, they appreciate all the commitments for the party. And Joby, Nyamia Domino, the grounds, now still the Yakita Ejumanuso.
My final question to you would be, and I believe, sir, something I personally don't subscribe to. But maybe I walk around, the delegates maybe have had cause to ask. Sir, the position of chairmanship, now, conventionally, parties reserve impanyifo mo money fee NSA Neoma no Dr. Koboy, relatively young candidate, very energetic, very sharp, solid guy, true and true. Say Omoka say Usado, and I asked this question against the backdrop, say our contemporaries are party name in Greater Accra region. Ibimu your former colleagues in parliament any day, Ibinu your party officers. Our Mufi say you your contemporaries. Why should we let you come and be chairman? You become the main guy in the party in the whole region. How are you dealing with Sadian and especially Omua? Imagine you say no Okubo is Sadodo or on train kakra a day na wo catches and kofo.
Obi say unim say David na say bi onyin sa nanso.
Yes.
Ejumadi ana wo
yes.
Obi, Dr. Kobo Tama, MPP are buying Seminko Kolibuna Minko board chairman. In Kobo, I'm afraid I can say, now a Kuba professor or a carrier now because Kolibuna hold easy. That's Obi. Nemia Dom, Uxubi so be our Kolibua. A branch we are now, what reforms of Kolibua and then Obia Odi, Penisi or Nibia or Kolibuno. Because I put in place structures and I may review. Yama be a hot sebi. Yama engineer sa. Ejobi.
Asempa FM.
Adiba kwa makache constituent executive in say. Nyamiadom, I succeeded at most places I had me call if not all. And the secret me say me obia obi mi tabe penyu for the omubon komo. And to me say no, ebia yama me post. Obia watching us out of it and no matter whether MPP or NDC. In fact, maybe a Kolebu CEO, Obia where this CEO Kolebuda, Mr. will feel me to bon como. In fact, make a NHITU, Obia watching office order, no Mr. regular. It's Obi, Umia, Uba say age, maybe a 44, 45. Now, Sudamia, Yansan in India, Midinamno. 90 years, Obi. Because me double me impenu for me that's some Usha Akuku drum work Greater Accra to say a G Blancy. Or me papa regularly Mr. will fear shake icy quay. Me to me concern in 2, 3, 4 hours. Or make sure me send a party no much from Buzia time. I'll call prison. I am moving around until 92. Almost 30 here. Obi, yeah, papa. President J. Kufo, one friend, one mommy signal, the Babrefie, Obi, Nama Continental Nasty, no, I share me doctor. Region Way, first 3 activities, I was a ABC. Doctor, Region Way, there's potential. we me ba we ne din now I'm too me for we me yen say enti ushamia uko 45 years na wan hwa na wa yira obi me ben impenyu for regularly na obi adi ba ku so am me confident be say my kind of leadership and yet lordship leadership mine is servant leadership obi titino yaka chama sabi eyobia otimika chose wutuna se me fra wo me fie me sama wo bra asem no ma di asem no me ntie wo maka obi enu ye titi penyi die sa na eti enu sa penyi die no odi ko ye juma ene voters no ye Gen Z no person ntie odi ohwehwe a obi wan hwa na o party no aye to say other parties have vanished wo Ghana no ejobi ene leadership no servant leadership enye wo na obe frame kofo no umframe mu wo na obe call mu nchen
sure
obi beto what I say
yes
na no obi frame say in fact obi frame say proper service campaign aye chairman say na okoboy oye 45 years no obetimi afre na to shimiti ana obetimi samoni Patrick Bama na obi nipa na o ka say no until I see the modern leadership say me a chairman na o say me fa na to shi enka tema me samoni no obi
yes
no go ni fie my friend say big sister please I want to come home na issue say wo no out of mutual respect na discuss Patrick Bama no parliament no yeah vice chairman of the Greater Accra Caucus or my brother or my senior brother me need Tracia Boma me say sebi o although me 60 years no nyame adom sebi no onim de e na ma ye juma che enti me hwehwe Patrick me order Patrick to my office I'll call him say senior me na 5 minutes here you bet me at points. That is the kind of leadership you need. Obi, we are better off making those at the constituencies feel the bosses so we can win power than flaunting lordship over them and being in opposition. Let me repeat. Leader here dear or no bema or more constituency no I am 24 no I akwara not to me bra. Change your baby no jima. No, be scatter na yawo opposition. I am bringing servant leadership. Leadership will from Ghana Obi. In the past, if you study marketing, me marketing in my MBA course. When marketing and selling started, the seller was always right.
Yeah.
You either buy it or go away. But over time, Obi, all marketing is based on the customer. If you're a company and you don't do constant research to find out the customer no shusha, your company will be good. You are aware.
Yes.
In this our political business, Obi, who is the customer? The customer is the voter. Okobo ebe sure say, meaning constituent executives ebe customers no mo no top product no. Na ya tie di omo shusha. Now you in that direction so that Nyamia Dome by December 2028, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Nyamia the president. Missy Bebe, Ebimudi Omudia campaign say, Okoboy only Dr. Baumia found because Dr. Ayako campaign wa krano, ya wunu wa bat, you know, we did it. Obi, Udobia, and you Kasa Ayawuni for over 10 to 12 years, you know. I have been the foremost defender and explainer of Dr. Baumia's policies and his capacity. My love for him has not changed. I'm going to work to bring the region up and through that process. Nyami, outside Nibeka say, Inshallah, Nyami Bema Ono, Waye Penny Wagana ha. To me, Nyami dia, a Juma and a dia, the Juma din Obi.
Doc, I wish you very, very, very well. I mean, Mema Simami, only party delegates across the region, Nkasa directly, me pacho.
Yeah, better wasi. Na, me nyamu delegates are muwo Greater Accra, constituent executives. Better mu nyina si, se mu Jimmy kama time me ba the rounds campaign no. Na me sremu, yen nyina ye busia ba ko. Saturday and then Tokwa, Akonya Abeto, Dr. Koboy, Munkai me rescue message, you know. Nyama Muhia will support you. Unity, Dr. Debe Juma, may respect structures. And finally, no, energy, the energy, and on a coin to 2028. In the main, me, a council executives, Jinega, Madaneshi, in Bayadomani, Echo, Homashe, Wawawi, no more doctor me, what's a Macan, your mamma, you might join the fair. No manya blau. Obi Usai, Obeka yao.
Yao. Okay, that's it. Bibiani, we wish you very, very well. Why? We wish you well. Yeah, that's it. Dr. Bernard Okoboy, number 2 on the ballot paper. Number 2 on the ballot paper. And to delegates now, on Saturday, you know who to vote for and what to do. He is number 2 on the ballot paper, Dr. Bernard Okoboy. I mean, he needs no introduction. Solid young man. Very knowledgeable, very humble, extremely strategic. And Dr. Okoboy is the candidate to beat. And a delegate, you know, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, number 2 on the ballot paper. Ekosiisen On Asempa bepacho latest form some fantom my name say and mattress papa Ghana fo nyina agiatum latest form mentor inferior or cheap mattress bia to mattress papa latest form and I come for a day. I'm a bomoding the Mounsa and Kabi Oma Ghana high juma for the last 60 years. Into your experience there, later did the latest form your partner for life. Tribute Auto and Trading at the online trading app be about for modern hustlers. Your friend on IT social and as it's social connected traders muamudija influencers, business people, skilled professionals, any content creators no connecting to opportunities to customers and to income ubenyeska on IT social. So download the app where the ubit media yeni. You set up your business profile so that you get discovered. You can monetize your content and skills. You can grow your brand and qualify for ambassadorial roles. Bebrina inti sawotonwadio or offer service as a content creator. IT social here, it gives you that tool to earn more. Download your App Store or any Google Play Store and join this amazing movement. IT social, it's fashion. You need to have it on your phone. I tell you no lie. And NPR so and anyone Eddie and Como or much more Ghana pension scheme no a 3-tier into tier 1 year snit, tier 2 a private fund manager and tier 3 no a optional. First 2 no a mandatory by force. Russia was say utia. Idu ejuma ni na utie me abomodin na ejumeru ano ko check se utia was net. Utia utie 2 ana. When tria report nema NPRA. NPRA number ne 0302 968 692. Na omonhwe eni echire emfa ema. Eye wodach nti memfe ni agro. Ihia papa tabia herbal nso se malaria edru de tabia herbal mixture ena uhia malaria pa de oye bema ope vitality tabia takum de kamfo edemam 100% organic honey ene ye dia alcohol bi enim ena ope dre be boost your immune system so tabia zone care uyemetim unya tabia herbal capsules ebeboa frey 0243 686861 na EMPB emfa ema tank ayedin suogum syntax tank yedin suogum syntax tank unya bi ofia udi unsu agum o office unsu wom na sidan so kama na bibi strong tough syntax tank akesene hwe from krempai brutal men Canada obenum nsu so awake water it is clean, it is refreshing unsu ayashada aye kama in fact your campaign be a one for life campaign the air can say auto awake bottle ba kwa sika obetua ma yen ye TB near the Aboa National Cardiothoracic Center bibia omoye heart surgery ne heart transplant ne ade no ye de boa ɛma ɔkyena bi wonua bi yare no ɔkɔda hɔ a sika wɔ hɔ a yɛde ɛbɛhwɛ no kama enti Noma Week na made in Ghana product a Casapreco PLC and awake omoyade one for life awake oh Charlie but one is simple clean it in a yellow green it's correct pa menka and ada de biarada in the moment in I and Shannon so ye the dwumedie no ABC na nyameya domo ochna the Friday edition of the show ebebrem. It promises to be amazing. And mama yen shane so me the legendary